Hello everyone and welcome back to this channel. Also a warm welcome to any new viewers. We are doing part 4 of the play along series of the agriculture hotfix, where the main focus for my communication is to help especially beginners to get a better grasp of the game and its mechanics. I will, as usual, be informing about the more finicky parts of the game and also, of course, elaborate on some of the areas that are still unclear to many in the player community. For those of you that already know most of what I am saying, please bear with me and I might surprise you still. I am going to make this part 4 long as well, as we seem to be running out of time. The new patch is likely going to be released within a few weeks, and I do want to reach at least year 20 in same locality before the patch is released to the public servers. So let's play on high as much as we can and beat the deadline. Today I'm aiming to play to at least year 10. I'm still doing this without my editor, so raw and weird it is. Ladies, on to the task. Okay, going straight to the point, people are asking, for instance, when you have a lot of objects of the same object that is placed down, and sometimes you see that they all have the exclamation mark, while sometimes have it and others do not. This simply means that those who do not have the exclamation mark have materials incoming to work on those, while those who still have the exclamation mark does not have material incoming to work on them specifically. Nothing more mysterious, I promise. So as we can see, our lovely Squircle is doing just fine, and I assume, or I hope, we will be done by year 20 latest, because they are 8 and they do take a little bit of time to make, but not that much. It's going to be a lot more time spent on these when we get the temples and the other things that is coming with the next patch. Okay, so let's keep going. Oh yeah, this one is going to take, what is it? Is it 5,000? It's something insane, isn't it, that it needs? 5,000, that's a lot of stones. A lot of stones, seriously. But at least we can make them, so that's a plus. How are we doing with these? Oh yeah, this one here with the different squares that I can't seem to get control over. Fine, it is what it is. I'm not going to make any fuss about it. So does everyone have a place to sleep, I wonder? Yeah, it certainly looks like it. The beans and the peas and the beets are doing really well. $155 of the peas, that's quite good, isn't it? Also the flax seeds are doing good, and this is just where, you know, half are a maxed out farm. A maxed out farm is 21 times 21, I think 21. 21 times 21, which is 441. The reason I know this is not because I'm good at maths, like you all know, is because I have done a lot of testing with the yield, with temperature swings and stuff like that. That's why I know these numbers. So yeah, no miracle has happened overnight, promise. I no longer, it's not like I suddenly know maths. Look, this is a dead hazelnut tree, and the wood choppers will chop it when it is dead. There are going to be some changes to the wood choppers. At least I am really happy about those, and I will inform the changes when we are ready for the next patch. Then I will do the patch explained video. January, yeah. So now they are tilling the wheat, and they're going to start planting in February. So it's always a bit smart to, if you are a bit low on people, to make sure that whatever is tilled, planted and harvested, or whatever is tilled first, is together with whatever is harvested last. This means that when you're planting in February, you do not start tilling the piece until the month after. so that that means that they won't be doing 2 farms at the same time. If you have too few, they might overlap, but it should be all right. These two are a little bit close to each other, but it's really no problem. You can see we've done a few years now with 4 farmers in each, taking care of 1 plot each. You could probably go down to 3 as well and it will still be covered, but we do have the manpower for it, don't we? We'll be fine, because you can see the excess free people have already maxed out a group, so that means there are free people running around in the camp. Some of the idles are of course people who are too old to work, and some who are too young to work, and perhaps a few that are a little bit too weak to work. If they have a bad grade, they could easily be too weak to work. Like this one, 66, she's too old to work. And that is because the labor age is down on default, which is max what any tribe leader can put it down to. But if they are 58 and younger, or 59 actually, the limit is 58, 59 of when they will stop working. If they are below 59, they will all be working on default. It used to be, was it 50, between 50 and 55 before, and you could really see the impact it had when you had really big tribes, where you sometimes, if you had a lot of elder people, could have half your workforce not working due to being too old. And this, I've talked about this in several of my videos, that this is not congruent. So the devs have changed it so that anyone below 59 will always be working, unless they have a fitness reducing grade, of course, then they can't work no matter how much we want them to. So it is what it is. Yep. So I'm going to go full speed ahead, because we have a good balance. Just need to make sure that we don't forget to save the seeds for planting, because they're going to start now in February on the wheat, which they have. And now they're also tilling the beets, and this one will be done as well last by the same group who also do the wheat, so they don't overlap each other, at least not with much. So yeah, see, this one gets material now, so it didn't have the exclamation mark, while the others still did. These are not far off, are they? 765. So these are closest to where the stones are stored, so they will get earliest, I think. Yeah. So I have 41 people. I assume you guys are roughly same thereabouts. I haven't had too many babies, and I had, was it 3? I think it was 3 migrants all together. You guys might have had more, or you might have had less as well. The most pregnancies that I have ever seen in a tribe below 50 is 7 per year. But of course it depends on how many females you have versus the males, their age, you know, the conditions in the tribe. There's a lot of things, a lot of factors that decides when and why the females do get pregnant. So these take a few of the reed. If they take, I think they go down to roughly 50 when they need repairs. So that means roughly 25 per hut per 1 to 2 years. It takes a long time to decay. Oh, what kind of leader did we get? Thank you for your years though. Oh, look at that! Ta-da! Let me see how many I have idle when work hours start now. See if I have any at all. 2. So 5 of those that were idle earlier are now ready to work. They can work because it's within their age range, which is excellent. We still do have a few free people, but that's fine. That's fine. also the icons on the problems that are being reported. For instance, you see here, this is a complete stop sign, isn't it? It means there is nowhere to be found, any of these resources. There are several types of resources. This one is the same. It means it's nowhere to be found, meaning I have no more of the boars in the vicinity. And of course the system takes away all tasks at night, and then as dawn comes they place new tasks. That goes for each and every group you have. This one has the die, the 6 die. This means that this exists, but we do not have it available for them to pick up in camp. So this is a clear way for you to see. The icon tells you there are bones in the map. There are plenty of materials in the map, but they are just not in camp, or there is no one free for them to take, or someone else has taken them and is using it at the moment. So paying attention to the icons can quickly tell you what is what. This also will show up, for instance, pulses and beetroots. They are showing there are nowhere to be found because they are not in season. So it doesn't mean that your map doesn't have them. It means that the map needs to wait for the season. Then system will report that indeed we do have pulses and beetroots, and then these warnings will go away. And here you go. Did you see that one? It quickly went away, didn't it? It was the 6 die, meaning that there are stones, but there's no free stones in camp at the moment. They're all spoken for, or incoming for that matter. They are in map, but not in camp. This guy is making ropes. You can see it on his knowledge increase. The green is what he has learned last month. Oh, he's gone because there are only 10 ropes, isn't it? So then he's going to somewhere else, another group. You can still see that. You can keep an eye on your free people. When you see this one is fluctuating, it means that they're going in and out of other groups that need them, and this time it is both the farming groups. And when there are people free from other areas like this one, they have all the numbers covered, they have maintained numbers, then they are free to go work with anyone else. But you know, you don't have to make a strategy group. You can have free people in the camp to do whatever mundane task, whatever stocking of the fire and the dryers and everything else. You don't have to do it the way I do it. It's just I like the efficiency better when I'm using the straggler group, as I call it. I stole the idea from one of the devs when I was complaining that there was too many people just sitting around on their bums. Because if I increased whatever was in the groups, then I would be overproducing and wasting. So then he said, well, make a group with lowest priority, and those who have no task can go in there, and then you can set them to do whatever needs to be done or what is lacking in tribe, etc., etc. And since then I have been using straggler groups all the time. In each and every tribe I always have a straggler group. But if you don't like it, sure, there are plenty of people who are just not using it. There's many ways to do it. I was wondering if I should experiment with the types of fencing I'm using. I normally go for most efficient, easiest to build, easiest to maintain, taking least resource to maintain, etc., etc. But a small bird whispered that there's going to be some changes in the fences for the next patch, so that's all I can say about it. But we might have to start preparing ourselves to use other types of fences rather than the cheapest ones. That is as far as I'm going to go with giving you information that I really shouldn't. A bit sneaky, a little bit sneaky. He was laughing very evilly when he said that, by the way. Mr. Dev, as I call him. Very evil. That was really fun. A really fun conversation. Let's see. I'm gonna wait with opening up for the large men here until the smaller ones are done, so they can focus on this one only. Because remember, if you have it on tribe responsibility, if you do not have it assigned to a group like I do, you will have free people, not free people, you will have people freeing themselves up from the groups per object, not only one here and one there. people will free themselves up from any group they are in to go build. And if you have 8, that means you will always have 8 people trying to free themselves up based on the amount of stones that are in the camp. Ooh, long life. How long did you live? Let's see if I can pinpoint them. When they die, their body is still there for roughly 1 day before they disappear into the nether with their ancestors. Okay, so this one got 72. That's quite alright. Totally fine. Need to hear if there's thunder. The last time I saw for the very first time lightning. You could see the lightning striking from the sky. And that was really, really awesome. I loved that. I could see that. I love thunder in real life as well. If there's a conservatory and there's thunder and rain outside, I will go sit in the conservatory and open all the doors and sit as close to the entrance as I can. Some players have suggested that the oven should only be in use or be having to be fed fuel when they're actually using it. As it is now, it is 24/7 being fed fuel, and it is a bit of a waste because you don't normally have on the oven when you're not using it, are you? So it does make sense. So maybe they will tweak the oven a little bit. Okay, so the wheat is done. That means I can open it up so people can consume it. What about the beets? Yeah, they look done, don't they? Yeah, they are done. Then I will open those as well. See why you having an angry face? Because, oh, poor woman, you have both fitness reducing, will reducing, and you're a bit slow. Well, that doesn't matter much, but these two does matter. So she's not doing so well, but she's still working though, still going strong. I'm gonna reduce the reed because it's gonna be a while before we actually need to build a new one. I'm gonna have one over here as well when that time comes, but not now because it's just gonna be wasted anyway. I'm also going to remove this for now. There's not that there's not enough mud. There's plenty mud. There's mud everywhere. However, they will always go to the closest one first. So if I keep having my people renew whatever is decaying away of the mud, they will keep going to the closest ones. And as the decades go by, these of course will be emptied, and then they will have to go further and further away to find the amount they need. So waste is waste, and if you can help the logistics by cutting down on some materials that are actually going to waste, even though they are up plenty on the map, you should do that, because logistics will in the end force us all to migrate, along with the lack of some of the non-renewable materials. Everything is renewable, but it slows down and it slows down. And if you consider having lived 30 years in one place, and you will then start to go out of other critical materials, no matter how far you go to the edge of the map, and that is fine raw stone and flint cores. So even though they are washed down from the mountains into the rivers, the amounts you are getting, the trickle, is too small to keep up your need for tools, because tools will still decay. And if you have, say you have 40 farmers in the end with like 16 or 20 farms, you are easily going through at least 100 of these per 1 to 2 years. So that tells itself that when you get a trickle of say 4 per year from the rivers, it's not going to be enough, is it? You are going to go down and down and down on the amounts. And this in turn of course means you need to use a higher workforce to get the same amount of job done. So this is also what I mean by logistics. Everything plays a part. There's a balance in absolutely everything. I'm wondering if we can somehow manage to get longhouses, because that would be awesome. You know, longhouses was quite common throughout the entire Neolithic era. And some of the people, at least some of the Scandinavian people that I know for sure, it's the only thing I actually do know for sure with regards to longhouses, is that they used parts of the longhouse to also have their livestock in it, while the other part of the house were for the humans. So that would really be interesting to see if that could be a part of the game. I actually think it should, but I don't know if there is enough time to add more before base game is done. But I'm almost 100% sure that when base game is done and they're working on the downloadable contents and the iterations they are adding to the existing base game, we are likely going to get longhouse in one form, shape or another. Because it's not like this is the only housing they will ever do, you know. There will be more and more and more, which is exactly what I want. Lily wants more. Have a look at the squircle. Yeah, he's almost there, almost done. Hey, meat. Oh, someone reported that if you changed what they were, took it away, then oh, okay, never mind. Let's see if they can put it back up. I'm going to change the allocation to see if they actually change the entire resource. I think I read on the forums that if you change the resource, it also changes the resource hanging on the dryer. So if you have raw meat, it suddenly becomes raw fish, if I understood it right. That's a bit freakish. I have never seen it, and I play around with a lot of weird playing to sniff out any weird bugs. I have never seen that, so I'm going to see if I can reproduce it on the public servers. I cannot reproduce this on the dev servers, so I'm not sure what is happening here. Okay, no fish, no. Do I not have fishermen? Did I pause them? I did. Oh my god. You know why I paused them? Because we have so much food. The problem, however, is I need to get fishing going so that I don't lose knowledge when the max knowledge holder dies. Let me see who's fishing. He is 52 and he does not have max skills. Someone else is holding the max skills and they are currently not fishing. So I might have to increase the fishermen so that we do not lose the skills in fishing. But they can trickle down and down depending on how far people have learned the fishing skills. A lot of storage areas, but it's really good to have them organized, otherwise they will pile them up around the fireplaces, around the houses, around everywhere. It's a mess, isn't it? So yeah, I'll take storage areas any day. That's a lot of rain. Mm. A lot of you players, I have seen a lot of you building tons of storehouses. Why? When the tribe is small. Why? The only reason I am making one now when the tribe is so small is because I need to make sure that beet survives over winter until it's planted. Otherwise I wouldn't. Be stingy on your resources if you wish to stay sedentary for a long time. Be very stingy. These have 1 month or so and then they are ready to be harvested again. You can see we still have a ton of the food. I need to open up these. What I am going to do though is I'm going to pause this one, and that's fine. Let me see, where are those that gathered? Yeah, I'm going to take away all these, but not these, because if we do not gather them they will be wasted, so they should be gathered all the time. So those are on pause because we have too much food. You can see the rotting circles are having a feast on whatever I have. Even the honey is struggling, but people love honey, so it should go fairly quickly. Yeah, off it goes. And the second they have honey they are all over it. I mean, it's sugar, isn't it? It's sweet. We are all suckers for sweet and fatty, you know, but the sweet is not necessarily so good for you. But out of several evils, I guess honey is not the worst. That is not too bad. Oh, this one is doing... I was wondering why it kept staying 75. There you go. But these are just complementary gatherers, that's fine. I don't necessarily need them, because these are the... I sometimes divide the materials, the same materials, on several groups but with different amounts that they shall gather. This is to help, for instance, when you have a really large tribe. If you have the main straw group getting 600 straw maintained for instance 12 big straw huts, and 6 of them need repair at the same time, then all the straw is gone. If you then have a few other groups that have lighter task to gather a percentage of those straw, then that eases the task for those who are repairing and also gathering more straw. So that's how I do it. Not always, but when I have the manpower and have the resources to play around like that, I certainly do play around exactly like that. I experiment a lot. I need you. I don't need 2 of those. I can take it down to 1. So just keep 1 in the camp all the time, because they do decay even though it's really slow. So these cannot fulfill the stone because the stone is constantly being used. So they are spending half their work hours on getting stones rather than getting the needed 200 of the straw. So I'm taking away that task for now. Then they should quickly get back up to 200. Because I just think that the repair cycle is done on these for now. Yeah, those are on pause. And they will stay on pause for a bit longer. I have to fish so I don't lose their fishing skills. And I have to let people keep hunting. What happened to my low mod camera? Did I take it away? I did, didn't I? Oh yeah, because of stuff we're testing. So I took it away. Otherwise I would have, of course, a low mod camera going. Low camera mod. They are ready to rumble. I'm gonna make a fence around these 4, I think. How close are they to that one? Maybe not. Maybe not. I think we're gonna do a bit of playing around. Ooh, straight to the thunder. Look at that. Nice. This might be a little bit too much for the current workforce. We shall see. Ooh. Okay, it's going to be a bit smaller because I had to sneak off some space from the storage area. Not the worst that could happen. This one, I can't do that one. But I placed down the blueprints for the 4th one. Oh, going a little bit into that one. It's a bit fighting about space here. Sure. Why not? Have you guys seen that sometimes at night when the moon is shining in a special way, the yellow one gets more or less illuminant, like it's self-lighting up? It's really cool. Well, they're certainly unique, having 6 fingers. Don't mind that at all. Unique to ancient cities. I guess they were aliens. Who knows? Let the theories pop up. Plenty of them. Eric von Daniken, he's very into the alien theories, especially for the Egyptian parts and stuff. So many interesting views, to say the least. But who knows? Who knows for sure? We can find logic in a lot of theories. Doesn't mean they are correct though. Or always correct. I'm wondering if there soon will be a way that we can get rid of some of the stones that has no use and is just basically littering the areas where we need to have stuff. For instance, these here are littering because people don't sit on them, but they do take up the space that we would like. Maybe we can get a sort of sledgehammer, like sort of like the tribe clear task tool. But with a sledgehammer, it goes to take away stones and boulders like this. That would be fantastic. I wonder if the this one takes away stone. Let's have a look and see. I don't think it does though. I mean, I have never seen it do that, but you know, there are things added to that. Oh, don't always get with me. Have you guys noticed that these stones are shaped like a heart? Heart shaped. Sometimes some of the smaller stones For instance, when you build over them, they disappear, but it's only the really small ones, not those who have this size here. For instance, this one here might actually disappear. Let's have a check. Just quickly check. Yeah, can you see? It goes over, meaning when I build it, this stone will be taken away. For that size stone you can build over, and then you actually do get rid of them. They are not the nuisance. The nuisance are those you can't do anything about. So if you try to place something over them, you see it's red and you cannot place it. Those are the ones I would like to have any kind of tool to work on, to get rid of. I do like those big ones that they use for sitting on. I quite like those. I find it very rustic and to a certain degree very romantic. It certainly creates a lot of really nice screenshots, that's for sure. So you need roughly 40. Oh, you're almost done. You only need one. So close. 115 now, and then it is done. I also finished my big achievement the other day. I was doing a long-term testing on the newest patch belief, and I managed to get legendary tribe, which is the max of what you can possibly achieve in the game. I'm quite happy about that. I adamantly waited with updating my patch to the devs so that I could actually finish, and the second I finished, then I went and updated and started doing something more useful. But I refused to update until I had completed my achievement. I've had so many times where I've had to finish the attempts for the achievement because time ran out, and there were new patches I need to go have a look at. So this time I ignored the patch and finished my achievement. So now now I'm done. It's all good. It's probably going to be reset when base game is released. Everything is going back to base 0. So then we will all have a new chance of getting everything that we want of achievements done. $110. I think I said it last time as well. If you calculate roughly between 30 and 50 seeds per maxed out farm, you should be good. Because they do plant quite a few plots with only one seed, so it is quite economical. I am going to need fences for these. I would like a wattle fence. was worried that that one might ruin my fence, but it didn't. Oops. See, it goes red. No connection here. Halt, no connection. I probably have to go a little bit crooked. Oh, I don't like that. This might not work. Ta-da! Now the animals can't get in, which is the whole point. You may not chomp on my wheat. Ain't gonna happen. So the wattle fencing is the most expensive of the stick fencing, or the fences that uses sticks. It takes 20. This one takes 10 and 4. And these are, of course, lumber. They are the logs. And of course the stones, which will last for decades before they need any kind of maintenance. At least a decade, seriously, it takes a really long time. And I do like that you can actually see when they are being decayed. You can see the decay on the fences. You don't have to anymore, you know, click the constitution and then see how much they've gone down. Because you can now see that they are in need of repair just by looking at them. The visuals are changed. We are so good at this, but look how many people I have dragged away from their normal chores to do these tasks. It's a lot. Actually, I'm going to put now they can fight over them. The monument makers can fight with the straw gatherers. See, you get more people. It's going to be a bit of yo-yoing, but it never lasts long. They just argue for a few seconds, then they agree between themselves and go on with their day. Nothing that ruins efficiency. Normally. I remember when I got the low camera mod, I was so eager to see people inside the huts when they were sleeping, and when I did it, it was absolutely empty. I was like so disillusioned. Looked like, huh? Where are they? Yeah, not there. They disappear as soon as they go into the hut. But you know, there has been talks about that we could perhaps play with the walls down, so we can see what's going on inside. That would be fantastic if that was to be implemented. That would be absolutely great. I would love to have that, specifically if we are getting the longhouse, because then you can have also 2 stories, don't you? Not only 1 story. Sometimes they had the loft area where people slept as well, and not only 1 story. That would be cool to see. these again. Oops. 320, you sure that's enough there, Lily? Damn. The infinity only goes to 999. Good to know. You would have found out sooner or later anyway. Useful information. When you have a fairly good balance in what you are doing, and you know, your groups are set up nicely and everything is covered, you know, the first 5 years can be really relaxed, and sometimes up to 10 years if you have a good balance. So sometimes the activity is quite low because you have managed to find a point where you do not need to constantly change things. So that is always a good thing, that you have this balance, but it can be a little bit long drawn, the game, if you don't have constant activity. I, for one, am quite okay with working a lot for the first few years in the tribe, then lean back a bit, and then wait for population increase or changes in the environment where I will have to take action and make some changes. I don't mind leaning back a bit and just watch them go. I find it quite relaxing, actually. If you were constantly supposed to change things, if you were constantly having to change this and adjust this and keep an eye on this and keep an eye on that, like you never had a break, you would be exhausted in the end, because it does take a bit of work to get it right. And if you never get it right, you will be so stressed and I think frustrated as well. Because when you can't find the balance, you will forever have to adjust and change and thought and fix and you know. So if you get the balance, you will have these moments where the game is basically on its own without you constantly having to do stuff, and then you can just lean back and enjoy the fruits of your labor, which is exactly what we are doing at the moment. I am changing a little bit though, because I've placed down a ton of fencing, so my people are working on those, the fences, and they do take 20 sticks, so it's quite a bit of a difference between the cheapest one, which takes, is it 4? It takes 4, yeah, you know, it's really cheap, and then you come to one that's like 3 times bigger. No, it's 4.5 times bigger. Yeah, let's not talk about me and my math skills. Let's not do that ever. How can I get it so wrong? I mean, I was sure I placed down a circle, yet here we are. This ain't no goddamn circle. It's a squircle. It's all good. Squircles are accepted. Yeah, you're getting old. Too old to work. At 72, yeah, you can see what we talked about the other day, that all they have of skills are going down and down. The only thing that is going up is their charisma. And this is also, for any new players that didn't know, this is also one of the reasons why it seems to be only the elder who are choosing to be new tribe leaders when the old one dies. And that's because, among other factors, the biggest one playing a part is charisma. Yep. And he has 2 sons. Oh, look at that one. He's good. So him being a bit unhandy is not stopping him of achieving whatever he set as a goal in life. He's also a robust person, isn't he? And he's smart. That is easy. Result, he knows what he wants. Yep. Ooh, there's bread. Won't last long. People love bread. With fresh food. Okay, so that's the last of the wheat being gathered as well. I need to save some for next harvest. There's a few of these. And a few of these. There you go. So even though this one year when I forgot to save my beets, I had nothing that was cultivated to plant, we could still go out the year before, after I realized that I cocked up, to gather more beets to save over the winter. And then it will take that year as well before I could get the proper amounts back to what it used to be, or to the point where I could cover the entire field with beets. So there is always a way back. Even though you cock up a little bit on the saving of seeds, you can always gather it from the wild and then save it and use it for the next planting season. But there's no way you can save the current plant season. If you have given people the allowance to eat up your seeds, then you will have to wait till the next year, no matter what you do, because there is no way that any of the seeds that you will be needing at that very point is in season when you actually need to plant them. So that kind of goes without saying. Almost there. Back the work that I took off them earlier, like that. Okay, so yeah, these have just been repaired. You can see they are fully circled. This is why the straw is down to 140. There's the icon again. There's not enough raw stones available. It has the 6 die, the die with 6 on it, meaning there are raw stones, you just don't have them available in camp. And that will come and go all the time. These, however, are not to be found on the map at the moment. You can see there's no one there. No raw hides, no raw meat. That means that they are managing to keep up with self-dead animals as well, so they go and get the meat and the skin from them, so it's not wasted. Because if you do not strip the self-dead animals, it will go to waste. It will just rot away, and that is a complete and utter loss of food and materials. The bones take a really long time to go though, like seriously long. So you don't have to necessarily pick up the bones immediately, but your hunters will come home with both the food from the animals and also the skin. And if you have gatherers like this one who has the stripping task, you will get both the raw hide and also the raw meat. So never put those on limit. There's absolutely no point, because if you put limit, it means that when they reach limit, whatever is out in nature that is rotting away will basically be rotting away, and we can't eat it. What do you guys like? Oh, you need bones. Do not have a bones gatherer. Gosh, did I forget about the bones? Probably did. I did. You guys can keep 20. Oh, how many do they need? They need 3 bones and 1 fine stick. That's fine. Twine sticks have 54. Yeah, that's good. That's all we need. Just slow. Placement of stones. I'm gonna put these down again. These are empty because we have over 200 straw. That means they will go to any of the straggler groups. Oh, I have one now to the straggler group. Oh, the migrant has become leader. How cool is that? Well, she is big, and the charisma is big. But you can see she's soon gonna go down on her health. At roughly 60, they start deteriorating on everything, going down and down and down. Oh, 2 pregnant, that's good, because I feel it's been a while since I had any kind of a jump in population. Oh, this one is tribe responsibility. Maybe I shouldn't do that. Gosh, I was wondering, what? I have 2 of those? But it turns out it's those 2 small squares. I think we can afford to give them this one as well. What do you think? Oh wait, I think I might actually give it to the piece guys. No, the piece is the same. Duh, I knew that. Yeah, well, we can stay then. They are 4. They should be able to manage it. If not, you will see where they had to stop when the season for planting went out. Then you can see if you need to adjust. It's a fairly sure way to see if you have too little people to do the planting or the tilling. Because if you see that the planting has abruptly stopped, like halfway through, it means you need more people. You can use the grade of what is left to calculate how many people you need. So if you have 2 people and you see that half of this is done, then you could probably add 1 to 2 more to get the rest done. If you see only like 1/3 is done, then you need to double for sure your manpower to cover it. So it's a bit of a way to see it. Oh, did I have 2 that need the same time? No, this is fine. This is fine. Roughly 25 per reed hut. Oh, big one. The reed roundhouse. See, this one takes 4 logs. Damn! It's not joking around. Oh, I love that we get straw from doing the threshing of the wheat. I mean, it's so welcome. You can see the amounts of plant fiber is quite high, and it will all be used up when your tribe is much larger and you use a lot of ropes. And also, let me see. So at some point, I'm kind of hoping we will get the looms so we can do the weaving of our own clothes. I don't think it will be base game. If it will be at all belonging to Neolithic Atlantic Europe. I do believe we should have it though, but we will see what the devs decide. One step at a time is what I always say. Okay, so that's all the farms done. That means that the farmers group should be empty. This one's too late to have the work done though. I'm going to do something else with this this hut that won't get anything because I can't use fences there without eating up the this one. So I'm going to do something else instead. Oh, no cells available. Okay, but this one can have something nice. Let's see if I can get a few more placed. That'll look cool, won't it? It's ripe. Looks like we've placed. Looks like the hut's got flowers and stuff around it. And the flax has these lovely lavender purplish lilac colored flowers on it while it's growing. That would be very pretty. Oh, oops. Ta-da! But it gets a bit messy when you close, so to get rid of the messiness we just press K and then we get rid of all the icons, which I don't really recommend all the time. It's good to keep an eye on how things are going. But of course when you want to do screenshots you just press K twice and then you have a complete clean screenshot, and then you just press K again and then everything comes back. Crafts really enjoy sitting inside the huts to do their work. I just wish we could actually see them, but we can't. We cannot spy on them because the hut is empty. But see, the patterns on the roundhouse is still showing inside and on the floor as well. Now that is really, really cool. And I love that there's windows. Sometimes in the night, if you take away everything like this and you stand like this, you can see the light is coming on inside and then it goes off again. So when people are using it, the light comes on and it's really cool. See? Now there's light. I love that. It's very cozy, I think. Extremely cozy. And now they're sleeping, so the light is off. Yes, sometimes people send out the tribe members to gather stuff, and they come home with more than what the limit is. And the reason why this can happen is because if you have several people in a group, or you have several groups with the same limit of materials. They go out same time, more or less, when the materials need to be gathered to keep up the limit, and they do not communicate with each other when they're out far away from the camp. So they gather max what they can, and then they all come home, and then someone will of course be the ones to go over the limit. So if you have 5 people gathering 8, when you lack 180 you will have more than 200. So it's not like the system is wrong or that your gatherers don't know what they're doing, it's just that they do not communicate when they are out and about and gathering materials. They communicate when they come home, and then they see, oh, we have reached the limit, we are above, okay, time to stop, and then they all stop. They didn't have mobile phones in those days, so they couldn't talk with each other. Just say. So there's nothing wrong when that happens. It's not a system error. It's just that gatherers do not communicate when they are out and about. Nothing more sinister, promise. So the fences are working well. We have not had a single animal manage to break through. That means that all connection points are actually connected. Otherwise you would have seen the red, because that will signalize that we have lost connection point. So that is a really good indicator. Always make sure that the start and the end point are yellow, because then you have a connection. So that is good. Oh yeah, you're the one with 2 of the really bad grades. But there was another woman there with an angry face. Where did she go? It was weird. Okay, whatever. She must have become happy going into the roundhouse to eat, I guess. No, there she is. Let's have a look at you. Yeah, there you go. Well, why are you not eating? It's not like there's not enough food. Did you sleep long? You probably did. She's gone down 1 notch because she's losing her stats. They're going down and down. See, it was 71 when we checked it earlier, now it's 63. But this is the result of her turning 60, 60-ish, and then it goes down and down bit by bit, day by day. Except the charisma, of course, which is insane. So being large, very big, also increases your charisma and of course your fitness. You can see that the fitness is definitely going down with a bang. Look at the reduction on fitness compared to, for instance, skill. Skill takes a lot longer to be reduced, and fitness is like vroom. She used to have a lot of health, didn't she? Because she was very big, so her default was way over 100. Yeah, the intelligence stays the same. Fitness does not. So if it hadn't been for her being very big, negating the loss of fitness due to her age, she would have been 14 points lower. So she would have been... yeah, you do the maths. I'm not even going to try. Forget about it. I'll keep moving on. Next point. Well, we can't rock at everything. It is what it is. We all have our talents. Some of us just need to find them first. How old are you? Where did she go? No. I saw another one with... Oh, there she is. Okay, so she has 10 sleeps left. And one sleep is 1 week. Oh, she's got... she's not the max holder of architecture, so that's good. Otherwise, I would have to do some cheesing to make sure architecture is being kept up. I think I'm going to place down a few more hits. Let's place them with these guys, but they don't really have a lot here, do they? Get them skills going. Look really cool when it's ripe and ready for harvest. If you then take away all the icons and stuff, it looks really nice. Oh yeah, I made the house I could make the farm. Yeah. That one is colliding a little bit with the storage areas, so I probably have to move these 3 at least. I guess I can just as well get that done. And I can freely build defects. No, they should not argue about the space. Good, good. Oh, let's get some speed. Okay, year 7. Maybe we can get to year 11 as well. Just remember to have some speed. So we've been here 7 years. Well, yeah, it's going into the 8th now. And I'm trying to look at how the rose hip bushes are disseminating, and I'm pretty sure these are old, and I think this one is a new one that is growing up now. I think it was very small when we started, but I have seen for sure that some of the some of the hazelnuts have died. The one I showed you earlier, it's only a tree stub left, because it has been taken. If you have a lumberjack, you will also at the same time always get sticks, because they get both logs and stick when they chop the trees. These can probably help out with this as well. No need to take the same amount. And these, of course, I've gone to strength group. Okay, so full speed ahead. Let's get some action. So 43 now, or 3 babies, that's good. So I have 48 sleep spots, 'cause that's 8, and this is 6, 24 and 24. See, I did maths. That's because I did it silently in my head before I said anything. So sneaky, and so sneaky. Almost counting on my fingers. Oh, right. So, get these going. I'll just do the non-cultivated food here on these. So remember that these pits, they do grant you architecture when you build them and also when you repair them. So having a few extra, or many for that matter, extra pits to have people work on their architecture skill is never a bad idea. If your tribe is not very large, that means you won't have a lot of housing. So it is much cheaper to overdo the pits a little bit than to overdo any of the housing. And the pits also would need repairs fairly much quicker than any of the, for instance, roundhouses. So if you're looking to skill your architecture, don't do it via building large huts such as this one, or even this one for that matter. Just do it with cheap materials that will grant as well architecture, and also many more people getting the rudimentary skill. But when you have the rudimentary skill, you will fairly quickly learn up until the max tribe level. So they will go green every month when they are working with any object that grants architecture. And these as well. Remember, these also grant architecture. So having a ton of those and some of them in tribe responsibility is not a bad idea. Because then people are evening themselves out on doing these tasks. Oh, am I low on those? I am, aren't I? Okay. I'm just going to be smarter and close that one up as well for next planting season, to make sure we have enough. So we can house 5 more people. I'm gonna see how many females I have in childbearing age. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, no, 7. 8. 9. 9. So that's why there are so few pregnancies. We might have 23 females, but the majority of them are old or way too young. So there you go. As you can see, we have more elder people than we have young or adults. Can you see the elderly are 18 and they have taken over the adults, because I haven't had a lot of pregnancies, been very bad pregnancy wise, and also the migrants haven't really been pouring in, have they? We've got like 3 this entire half decade we've been here, which is not super much. I would rather have lots of migrants coming, and then I can just reject them based on for the criteria I first look at is their gender. If there are a ton of females and I have lots of females and I have lots of babies and have a lot of people, I tend to turn them down, unless it's in the very start and I can afford to have them. I also then look at their skills. If they can bring a skill to me, I will normally accept them. or a skill level than I will normally accept, or if they have too many bad grades, I tend to let them go as well, because if you have too many with the really bad grades, you are less likely going to be allowed to play around with work hours when you need it and stuff like that. So it is better to have a good and strong tribe in small amount rather than a lot of people, and some of them are very, very little useful for the tribe. It detracts from the efficiency. We have the luxury that we can actually choose it in comparison to societies that has no choice. So I'm not sure to call it luxury or what the real name should be for it, but we do have the option to reject people based on their grades, their ability to work, their skill levels and stuff like that. So be it. I am doing it, that is for sure. Not taking in a group of 4 and they all have really bad grades. Not going to happen. They're going to be constantly whining no matter what I do. There are some of these that are not even happy when you lower the work hours to 4 hours per day. And how congruent is that? It's not congruent in the slightest. Not even a smidgen. Oh, there. Oh, only lacking 45 now, and then it is done. I think we might have a bit of issues with the fencing on this one. It will probably have to be eating up a bit of the farmland because it's going into this hut. So yeah, it will be eating up a bit of the farm because we can't eat up that one. There is a certain organic allowance with regards to how you can place your fences, how close to things, or perhaps a bit in things. This is working as intended, but if it's even close to blocking a service point, then you will have red all over. So I'm probably going to get red because the service point is right there, isn't it? So it will probably not allow it because it might be inaccessible, or very likely going to be inaccessible. Oh, look at her, she's minus 68 already. She is going to be, in 2 sleeps we're going to lose her. The reason why she's dying before she's 70 is because she have the highest grade of fitness reduction possible in the game. So she is very, very fragile. So she is losing out on a few years of life expectancy due to this. There are also a few other factors calculated, DNA wise, but I do not know how to explain that. I just know it happens. Look at her skill, minus 70, and her will, minus 70. And now her intelligence is going as well, because she's basically dying, isn't she? Her husband is still alive, and he is really old, isn't he? But he's got a really good fitness, doesn't he? If you check his fitness, he is strong. He's a smasher. He's a thing smasher. I wanted to see if I could find the worst grade of negative intellect. It is imbecile, and I wanted to show you guys the description on it. Maybe I have one that I'm not aware of. Well, if you see someone doing stupid things, going stupid routes, you know, go basically over the creek to get water, check their intellect. So you can tell so much about these people by just checking their grades. Check their grades. There is always an explanation for why they're doing silly things. It's the same as real life. Seriously, it's exactly the same. Let me see. Oh. Probably won't find it because it's fairly rare, you know, it's not often. I don't even know if I've gone around the entire tribe yet. I don't think I have. Have I? I might be going forever. I don't remember where I started. I probably started with the tribe leader because that's a sure way to keep track of where you started. Okay, so I had non-imbeciles. That's a bit sad. I would love to show you guys what it says. Okay, so we didn't get a full wheat yield this year because I ran out of wheat grains. Fine. Yeah, these have been planted as well. You can see the sticks coming out from the ground. So that means I can open up this one so people can eat. What about you guys? Yeah, those are done as well. Almost done. Two plots left to plant. They couldn't finish them before they went to bed, really? So close, so close. Are they done with these? What month is it? Gosh, I still don't remember when the different times are. Yeah, spring is this time they are being planted. You can be opened up, and so can you. And you, and you, and you. So these, okay, this is tribe responsibility. What about this one? Tribe. Is this for tribe as well? No, the wheat guys have this one. So let's you have really wheat and peas, then you can do these peas as well. And this one is that one, that is the other group. So they can take care of those, yeah? Makes sense? And of course I don't have two full ones. It's one of them, you know, is with the two squares. Annoying. Only two squares. Can't get rid of them. But it's fine because it means that something is actually growing underneath. So it does make sense. So no worries there. Finally, migrants! Yay. Well, they are male, so I tend to take those anyway. The one at least is smart, and that one is robust and skillful and big. So it's not going to hinder him that much to be like that, but he might sing a bit with regards to why I have the work hours I do. They are normal, so that everyone should manage those. With or without singing. Okay, so now we can house 4 more before we need a new hut or house. It's going to be this one, the round house I'm going to add. So I have 1 more pregnant. And for now the babies are sleeping with their mother, so they're not taking up their own spot. But when they're 2 years old they will. So when you are planning to build by need, which is what we are doing now. Just remember that it says 44, but at the moment it's only 42 spots being used, because 2 of them are counted with their mom, and she's already in this. Just that. For the calculation, be aware of that. Nice to see how they look when they are having those lovely lavender flowers on them, your lilac flowers. Are you too old to work? You are. You're 68. Yeah, you are too old. Because if this one had been maxed, she would have worked till she was 69. Fencing should I do over the entire camp? I'm probably going to divide them on various types of fencing, so it doesn't, you know, hog only one type of material. Try to even them out a bit. Might not be such a bad idea. If I had my will, I would be having wattle fencing everywhere, because I absolutely love wattle fencing. It is so cool and rustic and country. I do really like that. Well, I could have gone even further around here, couldn't I? No suitable cells, okay. Oh. Didn't think I would manage that. Sure, let's have flax right where they come out. So I would know what they smell. Maybe they smell lavender. No, probably not. Thinking they're coming out in the morning after a good night's sleep, and they smell the lavender right outside the door, which is where this will be. Oh yeah, I was going to test to see if changing the thingy changes the... No, it doesn't. It's still fish. I don't know why some people manage to get them to become the opposite. Like if they take away the fish and add raw meat, or add meat, you get what you add. Oof, magic. Nope, cannot reproduce. Or maybe I'm doing it wrong. Who knows? $159, so it's roughly 50, yeah, per hut per time they need to be maintained and repaired. can see the nuts are going haywire on DK. Look at them. Oh, we finished one. Yay! And monuments, they basically never need repairs. Look, can you see the yellow? It's very, very sharp. I do like these colors. Why are there no animals? Why are the herbivores? Why are they not trying to come and eat the food that has not been fenced in? Oh god, are they coming now? I can just saw this flock is the horses. Flock of horses, wild horses. No, they're gonna come eat it, aren't they? They're gonna come steal all my yums. Well, maybe they don't dare to come because they are still afraid of humans, aren't they? And they will run while you guys are happy. No. 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 So all these are complaining because of the work hours, which is normal. See? You should be able to handle it. Ish. At least those of you that do not have a negative grade. Is that one empty? Yeah. Then it's time to close access. And there you go. Plenty of wild wheat and wild flax everywhere. Oh, you guys are gonna go steal my food, aren't you? Oh, the horses are further away now. Oh, they're moving away instead of coming to us. Well, they are afraid of us, so makes sense. No! No! Go away! It was a single one, he was too scared, wasn't he? Ah, he went for the wild grass instead. Oh. So these take roughly 25 as well, or 20-ish when they need to be repaired. Because these are 25-ish, so those are a little bit less, because you need 50 reed to build those, while you need 75 to build the round houses. Oh, when trading comes, I know for sure I will be trading for reed. Up and down the walls. Make no mistake, ladies. Reed is going to be a very, very valued commodity. Unless we get longhouses where the actual fact it is the logs that we need mostly for repair material. I'm not sure how that's going to be making sense, as reed is kind of used to do the thatch roofing, but maybe they, I don't know, invented something cool that we don't know about, and I don't know about. Do you guys know of any other ways they used to make the ceilings or the roofs apart from thatching? You also had that you still have on some houses today where they actually have an ecological system on the roofs, like they have soil, they have grass, and that kind of keeps itself alive on top of the roof and also insulating. So I wouldn't mind that at all. I actually think that's a really good idea. And for instance, up in northern Norway, when they made gamme or the huts they used to make, or they still do, they use peat and moss that they dug out. We dig them out in squares and then place on the skeleton of the hut. They use a lot of moss to cover up any holes or stuff like that. Okay, so now they're going to look really pretty. That is pretty, isn't it? How are you doing? Yeah, you still got a way to go. She has a good constitution. So, no worries there. She's been a really good leader, hasn't she? She's been really strong, and her charisma has allowed me to basically keep the policies more or less the way I wanted them all the time. But the older she gets, the more she has to give in. She feels the hardship on her own body, and hence she has empathy for anyone else in the tribe, and she will lower the work hours and stuff to something they can all manage, because she can basically feel what they're going through as well. There you go. Oh wait, did I place 2? Oh gosh. I did. I'll take that one away. I got tricked by that. I'd taken away the icons, so I couldn't see it. Do I still have 2 fishermen? Yeah, it's too much. I have to take them down. I'm probably going to lose some fishing skills, but they will come back up again as soon as the tribe is larger. Absolutely. This one doesn't have long to go either. Now that I have what I need in this one is being locked, and then people can help themselves from that one. Good. 3 more, and then I need another hut or roundhouse or whatever. So nobody likes roots, but then again, roots is for emergency, isn't it? And for the odd people who actually do like roots. People who eat it say it is a very bitter and pungent taste. So if you are eating it, it means you have nothing else. It means you are starving. But it's quite nutritious, so yeah. Eating it is not a bad idea. Okay, let's see how old he got. Was it 73 or... Oh, where is he? Oh, there he is. It's true now. Oh, 74, okay. And he's... oh, he's got a son who's 50. And a very young daughter. He was 50 when he fathered her. Oh, he was 52 when he fathered this one. Damn, going strong. Because 52 is fossil. That's what the young ones say. Oh, he's 30 years old. Oh my god, he's almost dying, and that's how old he is. Oh, I remember when I was like 14, 15, I thought 30 was, oh my god, that's old. Really old. But you know, it isn't. It isn't old in the slightest. is just about right. Probably place some food stuff here as well. I only have the baskets, but that's fine. Baskets is plenty enough. 4 baskets. Yep. The regrowth of the tall grass that we use to take to crop to get more reed or more of the straw, it has a high regrowth rate, but of course it does have diminishing effect. So after 30-50 years it is going to be very slow. I'm kind of hoping that will be adjusted a little bit so that we actually can stay sedentary, because if you are really unlucky, you could get traders who do not grant you any straw. They could also not grant you any reed, and then your huts are going to start going dilapidated. What are you going to do then when the area no longer can provide you with the materials you need to keep up? So that also needs to be adjusted into so that we can have a possibility of actually staying long term. And I don't mean 20 or 30, I mean 50 plus, etc., etc. Or of course you can at any time root up your city and go somewhere else. That is up to you. But other people do the migration quite regularly, even though they don't have to. Fresh start, sure, why not? Play it the way you want to. These two are the ones who are getting the most, I think. And this perhaps. No, it's much less than these two. So they're going to be done way before the others. Chilling out. He does not have the same mother as a sibling does. Her sibling has 2 Mesolithic parents, while her sister has 1 of each. And of course they are being born into the current culture, otherwise we would have a mix all the time of Mesolithic and Neolithic. I wish it wasn't like that though, because that would be really cool with the diversity, but I don't think we're going to be that lucky. You're 63. Yeah, that means that the thing is going even further down. Yeah, another notch. Okay. See the spreading of the wheat as well, of all of them actually. They are spreading, as you can see it's outside the area. You also have wheat that you can crop. So they spread everywhere, which is not a bad thing. It's a good thing. Now I need to remember to lock down the seeds of wheat. Yeah, it's done. Done and dusted. I'm going to give them a bench to sit on around here as well. I'm not sure that's a good idea. Might block a few things. I think this is a better idea. Should be far enough away to not block anything. sometimes or sometime in the future we'll get that we can create furniture and put into our homes, like chairs and beds and cupboards and stuff like that. That would be really cool, wouldn't it? Then you could use the logs and have a crafter make furniture, another crafting group that's specializing on furniture. That would be well cool, seriously. Well cool. I still haven't figured out what that sack is. Is it a sack? It looks like it, doesn't it? Like a seed sack. Maybe that's what they're using to hand sow these seeds. Could be. I think we might lose some of the flax seeds because they don't seem to particularly enjoy it. I think I can safely open this one and hope they will eat more of it. But of course I need to keep an eye on that, or suddenly I'm out like I was with the beets and also now the wheat grains. Oh, another group of migrants. Oh, she's single. She looks good. Looking good. Look at her charisma. That's good charisma. I'll take her. Very nice. Oh yeah, now they are threshing the flax. You can see that the plant fiber is shooting up in the air. It's actually quite good. I really like that the devs added that. It's all step by step for us to become properly sedentary, or at least having the choice to be sedentary if we want to be sedentary, you know? Because at the moment you are forced to migrate whether you like it or not. Whether it is down to 10 years, 20, 30 or 50 is down to seed and of course how you play as a player. How are you managing your tribe? But in the end we all have no choice. We have to migrate to get more of the critical materials. So in addition to trading, solving a lot of the issues we have with running out of materials, I think also there will be some adjustment of the diminishing effect. I think I've talked about this before. I have not heard anything about how they're going to do this, but certainly there are going to be changes, but whether or not it is the diminishing effect or the regrowth rate or what it is they are actually planning on doing, there will be some changes. There has to be, otherwise we cannot stay sedentary. Or at least not for a century. Okay. So they empty this one when they are repairing it, so that means that your overflow area will, there you go. So then I'm going to do this. Your overflow area will take whatever you have had in there and hold it. So if you are not paying attention, you could suddenly lose everything because this one needs repair and this one is not locked down, and then people could actually just help themselves from it. So keep that in mind. Okay, so now they're all going to come up at the same time. Then we're going to have these lovely flowers on each side of the entrance. It's very good. When they're done with the harvesting, I'm going to open up for making this one. So that means we're gonna start the mud harvesting again and also get it up to 75 on reed. And when that one is built, I'm going to put it down to roughly 25 again. I'm not quite sure. No, that one is far off. That one has just been repaired. And this one is far off. Okay, so I can easily put it down whenever the harvesting is over, because they will not collide and be done same time as these two, and not same time as this one. It might be fairly close though, depending on how quickly they build it. Going to be that bad if I overbuild a little bit. I mean, it's not like I'm not doing it with the amount of pits I have, but I do have a fairly small tribe. I need to make sure that the skills are surviving, otherwise they're going to drop down, because I can't have that. Still there. Okay, they're still going with the peas. Look at the rose hips. Actually, do I really have to turn everything down to 10? I'll do this instead. That means they will take longer for them to... No, it won't. They'll do it in one day anyway. Who am I trying to kid? They are so efficient, these little ants running around. 120. That's a good one, Lilly. So there. Ben, there you go. And they don't have to do these either. So as soon as you've done this, jump over to any other group that need you. Look, the straggler group still got space. Go, go, go. All good. Nope, there are no more boars for them to hunt, so we're out of bacon for a while. But you know, for any new players that don't know this, you can hunt to extinction any species that you have in your locality. But there will always be immigrating new animals. You will have new prey coming on a very regular basis, and the amounts coming are randomized. You can have a good migration, have like 4 or 5 coming in one go, and if you leave those be for a few years, then they will have a lot of offspring, and hence you will have more food for your tribe. So don't be despaired if you have hunted to extinction your animals. They will come back to your locality in more or less huge amounts, small amounts, everything is random. But you will only get the type of prey that belongs to your locality. For instance, if you are in flat lands, you will not get goats or sheep, because they do need mountainous areas to thrive. So keep that in mind. They will never come to your locality unless they have the conditions that they need to thrive in your locality. So there's that. Let's be honest, there's tons of food. When your tribe is small and you are stingy on everything and you have agriculture, the wild produce, like the ones we are gathering now, the rose hips and the nuts, wild produce, they are not supposed to keep you alive. They're supposed to be a subsidiary food option. That's exactly what they are. They are a option. They are not supposed to be no anymore your staples. Your staples are now anything that you have that is cultivated by you. So keep that in mind, and you gotta stop mass harvesting. I see still people doing it, mass harvesting thousands upon thousands of hazelnuts in the autumn. That is smack in the middle of when all harvesting is coming into your tribe. It's going to be a humongous waste. The only time that I would do it myself is when the harvest, the yield has flopped. When you have forgotten to save your seed, and you won't have a yield for some of your crops, and your tribe is large. So then you have the option to use nature's larder, as a survival tool. But if you keep on harvesting every year max of what you can, the diminishing effect is increased. Make no mistakes. If you keep harvesting over and over again high amounts, the diminishing effect is increased. So you will not manage to stay sedentary for any specific long time. So use the wild produce as a subsidiary to when you're low on food. Besides that, get only very small trickles. Very small trickles. Because you're not losing any skills by not harvesting the wild food. So when you have to, like I did, I had to pause my fishermen. I had to pause my wild food gatherers in order to get more skill for my fishermen. But you can't up your fishermen to 4 and then still have a lot of wild food incoming when you already are on the verge of wasting all the time. You can see the rot circles are going quite far on some of these foods every now and then. So chill on the wild food. Let it be a subsidiary for you in tougher times. Because that is the plan. I'm going to replace this one with a proper fireplace. And it's going to need 3 logs, but it takes many sleeps before it needs repairs, so it's not like you have to constantly chop wood. Do I not have a group that I set to get 6 logs regularly? I do, this one. Yep. Harvesting is well and done and over with. So I am going to up this to 75. Then I'm gonna up this to 750 because that is what you need. And these can go up to 50 and that will take them down to 25 again, and the other big group to 50. Or maybe 30. I'll see what I do. I need to see when exactly. If 3 of them are colliding, needing repairs at the same time, then I really should up the maintenance numbers a little bit. Yep. A lot of flax and a lot of peas. But at least people are eating it, aren't they? It's not like it's going to waste as such. And like I said earlier, it doesn't ruin your entire tribe if you waste a little bit of your cultivated food. That's totally fine and dandy, but don't waste the wild. Just leave the wild. For now, we do not need to do any changes to the groups as such, because the flow is quite nice. There is quite a good balance. There is quite a high percentage of people going into the straggler group. So if there is a need somewhere else, it's no problem to adjusting up the people 1 or 2 notches based on lack of income. And as you can see, we do not have a lack on any of the income of the materials or resources at all. The only thing that is always lacking are raw stone, but that is because we have 7 going in one go and only a limited amount of people, free people, that can get raw stone on a regular basis. So it's luxury. None of this is needed yet. Just wait till next patch comes. There are surprises for everyone. Dun dun dun. Here you go. People are quite happy with the big fireplace. It's a place to gather and talk after work, isn't it? It's a place to socialize and, you know, very cozy. We're awesome, Squircle. Just saying, it's gonna be fabulous. Fantabulous. Plus, with having so many pits where you divide the same materials or the same food, is that you won't have these long lines. You probably have, if you have 50 plus in your tribe and you only have one pit, you will see that every morning meal they will be hanging around for hours waiting for their turn to get food from the pit. So just have extra pits with the same food in them, so people are dividing themselves up, because they do that. They do have queue culture. So first there will be 4 in front of this one, 4 in front of this one, and 4 there and 4 there. You know, they will divide themselves up on the amount of pits with the available food that they want. And if there's no more available food of the foods that they actually prefer, then they will go to the next food. They are not going to stand around and starve to death. It's the odd one who says, no, I don't want any of this, and then she waits for the next meal time. That happens every now and then, and that is all down to the personality and just nothing that we haven't seen before in real life either. If you've had kids, trust me, you have seen it before. More than once. I can tell you that for free. What are you unhappy about? No, we're not going to reduce the work hours. Sorry, Bubbles. You have to put in your back to this like everyone else. And of course, she's pregnant. Her fitness will have plummeted. Yeah, look at the fitness. How much reduction does she have? $28. Ugh. Ugh. But the second the child is born, boom, she's all back to max again. It's like overnight. She's all good again. It doesn't quite work like that in real life, does it? It takes a little bit longer to get back on your feet. You know, when you think about how they did it back in the old days, like 100 years ago and whatnot, like my grandma, when she had her kids, she wasn't allowed to get up from bed for like 3 weeks. She had to be in bed for 3 weeks. I mean, weren't they afraid of blood clots? I mean, how many died from blood clots? If you don't have any activity at all, seriously. You only went to the toilet and perhaps sat up to eat and stuff, and then you went to get your baby from the cot, and then, you know, and that was it. Nothing else activity. Certainly that must have been really bad for your blood. Seriously. Well, today, when you have your kids, they encourage you to get your ass up as quickly as you can, you know, up and walk about, run around the block, I almost said. Not quite that bad, but yeah. I remember when there were smokers, when smokers were allowed on the hospital, and you could see the mums who were smoking back in the day, they were always the first ones to get out of bed. One of the nurses told me. One of my mother's friends is a nurse, and she was a nurse for the section where they had babies, and she said they were always the first ones out of bed because they had to go get their nicotine. They had to go get their fix. So that is the only plus I can think about when it comes to tobacco, is that they had to get up to get their nicotine fix. Oh, dude. Yeah. Well, thank goodness these only take 2 sticks to repair, and it's like boom, boom, done, fixed, repairs. Because sometimes animals are, it's like they're standing ready to jump into your farms if, for instance, your gates or your fences are so dilapidated that they can actually get through. Ugh, not good. So how are we looking? We have 732, but we already have those. Okay, so another 20 of those and then we're gonna go. Never mind, we are going. Ta-da! Ah, what are you lacking? Oh gosh, yeah, but you only need 4, isn't it? You need 4, yeah. You fight with the monuments. Or not. It's like they're prioritized. It's just that they're so flipping efficient, aren't they? Yeah, I'm gonna eat up a bit of the farmland here, aren't I? That's fine. No worries. Now what? Ooh. Who did it ask to do logs? You guys. Yeah, you are working on it. You're both cropping trunks, meaning you're looking for logs or old trees that have died. Or you're picking up logs from the ground. There you go. What did you get? Let's have a look. Almost a full log. Actually, it was a big branch. It wasn't thick enough to create a full log. But you're cropping a trunk. Where are you? There you go. He will come home with. Oh, he got sticks this time. Yeah, like I said, when you are chopping wood, you also get sticks. So 2 in 1. That was another log. So you don't need choppers as such, but of course it's slower having to do it the way they're doing it now. Need another 5 logs. If they have to go super far away, then I should probably activate some choppers. Oh, you're eating, okay. Yeah, you can eat. No worries. You're allowed to eat. Oh, you're in a different group now? Yeah, you are. Storing a log. Okay, good. Oh, you have changed the group? No, you have taken one of the other tasks. That's fine. That's fine. Yeah, I'm just gonna do it. Oh no, it's nighttime. Never mind. Tomorrow it is. Oh no. Yeah, I knew this would happen because I didn't have enough fishermen. But it is what it is. They will come back again. He will come back. Because she died before anyone could pick up her skills. I knew that would happen. So this one needs to go up. And we need to take back the wooden ones. That's fine. I have 1 fisherman. You can see there's a bit of green on his. So that means he is skilling up. So it won't be long until I get back the bone harpoon. It's a bit of a pity though that you need to overfish at times when your tribe is very small in order to keep up some of the tools. But you see it's just a sliver of red. It's not much at all. Not in the slightest. So it's not going to take forever. It's not the worst. The worst is when nobody has picked up any skills of, for instance, architecture, and when the skill holder dies, the entire knowledge dies. Oh my goodness, that can happen in the Mesolithic when your tribe is very, very small. We talked about this in the other video the other day, that you have to make sure that people get the rudimentary skills, and then you need to give them work to do so they can, for long enough, build their skills. Otherwise, you might lose your entire knowledge when your max skill holder dies. Just keep that in mind. When I was doing the testing of the knowledge system, I had so many lost knowledges, you have no clue. So yeah, a bit of cheesing is allowed to do when the game is the way it is, because when you are very few in the tribe and you don't need a million hearts, that there is just not enough to keep the skill alive. So this is why I say, if you are in the early Meso, you are 7 people, keep hunting, keep building pelt huts, keep building straw huts, and keep building pits. Just let the entire tribe partake and get rudimentary skills, and then just take it from there. So there are a few precautions where players need to do as well. Not everything is handed to you automatically, not everything is a big good flow. You sometimes do need to work for what you are lacking. You actually do need to work for it and use a little bit of smart play in order to do it, no matter if it is cheesing the game or not. You have the ability and you have the option, then pick it. Pick the option. We have the technology. Whoever said that, I have no clue. But it's very fitting. Let me see, you're all empty now, aren't you? Yeah. So you are ready to be planted, aren't you? Almost there. February is for wheat. Yes, I'm going to turn down the ta-da, where are they? These, to just keep it on 50 suitcase, you never know. And you can stay on 50. I had one more, didn't I? Because that was the support group. This, yeah. No, you're a support group, you can be on 30. 33, yeah, that's a good number. There you go. Get down. Oh, this one is almost done as well. Almost there. Ah, even more? Oh wow. You're good. You have fishing, I accept that. Oh, you have good fishing, I really accept you. I'll take you too. But look at her grades. Damn. But I'll take her anyway, because she has good fishing, and I need that. Yeah, this guy is quickly becoming the max holder, because he's improving his skills on a daily basis. You can see this, the green sliver. Maybe it's not easy to see, but it is there. That means he's improving. But as you can see, he's now reached 60, so he's soon going to be too old, meaning others will be able to take his place. But I'm going to add more people. Yeah, you need to work on your fishing skills. So when he's too old to work, then ow, I just rammed my hand into the desk, what the heck. And the next in line will take over his space, and then they will work on getting their fishing skills up to the level that the max skill holder is. Because they do need to be in the group in order to build their skills. Make no mistakes, any new players Even though the skill holder does not need to be in the group, you need to have people in the group that will be learning the skills. Otherwise they will not be learning the skills. So yeah, you are a good choice. She pushed out the other one because she is closer to maxing her skills. So this is good. This is excellent system. Look at that one growing now. And then the one who was here died from old age, and then a little sproutling is coming up instead. So this is how the dissemination works. They are in the ground for a while and then they grow more and more. And you have this for absolutely everything in the game that is alive. Ooh, how long did you live? 73, yeah. That's a good average age. Really good. Of course it's a bit too long for the era, for the timeline, but I think it's acceptable anywho. Anywho, what are you lacking? Oh yeah, because we just built this, that means there's going to be a small lack for when this one is repaired. But it's only 4, it's going to be just a day and then it's enough. Oh, okay. So 106, 38, I need to hold off for you. Or have they planted you yet? No, they have not. So that one needs to be locked. This one is almost done. I could probably open this one up. And you are plenty, so yeah. And you will be done next month, so I'm going to keep these still locked up. So yeah. Just making sure I'm not cocking up anything again, because it's so quickly, isn't it? And you know, the more work you have to do with your tribe, the quicker it is to oversee something as important as that. But you know, one should learn from one's mistakes, but that doesn't always happen, does it? Ooh, look at the bread. With sand in it. It's a sandwich bread. So yeah, if we can get a sledgehammer option to get rid of these boulders and the stones that does nothing for us, I would be very happy. I would really like that. Didn't have any bushes over here as well. I did. This one is fairly young. This one is a younger. A lot of these are young. This one is old. You can see on the spread how old they are. There's plenty old ones here. Yeah, that one's old too, this one. You guys remember? Oh, they all go to bed, never mind. You guys remember when they had Gangnam Style dancing? They took it away like small year ago or so, because it's not very congruent to the timeline, is it? Gangnam Style and the misery thing. That was actually quite cool though. I still have a video of it when I added special music to it. You can see it on some of my older videos where I used it as an end of the video or as an intro. It's quite cool to watch. It's rather precise programming though, isn't it? Very precise and fun. Yeah, you can see decay on these as well. You can see that the wattling is giving in, so soon it will need to be repaired. It's good that we can actually see the decay on the fences, but we couldn't before, could we? It was either working or it wasn't. It was either whole or it wasn't. And now we can see that it is decaying bit by bit. Don't mind that in the slightest. Yeah, she's still going strong. Getting green, yeah, doing better and better. And he is slowly but surely increasing the max that the tribe has. And he will only do that for another few more years, till he's 65-ish, and then he will become too old. So you can see, because she is now so old, she has 10 sleeps left, and now her portrait has a skull on it, which is telling us that her last 10 days are here. So when it goes to 0, we will lose her, and she has been a great leader. It took a long time before she had to give in and put down workouts and everything else, no, or the labor age, which is mostly the only thing I do fiddle around with. Oh look, it's getting less and less mesolithic. Oh, she will die, and her culture will die with her, I'm afraid. But that's how it is, isn't it? We still have her skills in the tribe, so she's still alive through that at least. Which is why we are where we are today, isn't it? I have so many old people that is dying at the same time. I once had 13 die in less than a few months in our tribe that I had. There was 180 people, but it was 13 like in one go. Normally they are so evenly spread out, but you have like one after the other, after the other, after the other. And once I had 3 leaders die on the same day. First one leader died and someone took over. Then this leader died and then another one took over. I think I got a screenshot of it as well. I've never seen anything like it. So there's certainly interesting days and varying days of things that can happen in the game. Okay, so you guys are done. That means I can open up these. Ta-da! And how are you guys doing here? Yeah, you still need to do this and you need to do that. Yep. I'm going to leave the rest as is. As is. Even more? Let me have a look at you. Yeah, you good? Yeah, you good? Meh. Thank you. Oh, it's a good thing we got these now. What's 48 plus 8? 56? Okay, we can handle 56. So 4 more. That's with the babies. Even though they don't take up a space. Oh, look at you. Yeah, you are. Too old to work. She's gonna be like 74 before she passes. Because one in-game year is actually 5 human years. Roughly every 2 months or so, they are growing 1 year older in game. She has good architecture as well. She's been working a lot in gathering groups because her skills hasn't really taken off like some of the others who are dividing themselves better on the various groups that will build skills. You can certainly see she's been doing a lot of mundane chores, that's for sure. Food processing is a mundane chore that everyone can do. But only those who are in the work age that you have set as a policy, or the tribe leader has forced upon you as a policy, will be doing these things. The rest will just be chilling out, basically. So if you think that people who are not working will be doing anything, they will not. Let's make that very clear. If you have the limit for a work age set to 58, those who are 59 will not do anything in the tribe. There will be no working on any of the mundane chores. They will not do tanning. They will not stock the dryers. Yeah, you know the drill, etc., etc. That might change though, but I doubt it, because then there suddenly are work for those who are not working. Hence, they will change the entire system, won't it? So, yeah. That was weird. Oh no, she did some last minute planting, didn't she? We better hurry up, because they're about to stop the season from being allowed to plant anymore. Oh, she probably did one of these first. That's fine. Still have a little bit of time. I will say to all the new players that I keep harping on, to absolutely everyone, half your success in starting a tribe and getting to play it is to not overdo anything. I'm serious. Don't place down a million things. It ain't going to work. As long as the building adherence is as strong as it is, people will drop everything else they are doing to go and tend to whatever you have ordered them to do. So build bit by bit. Don't add 4 houses and 5 million this and 5 million that. No point. If you stick to roughly thereabouts the way I have done it from the start in this play along, you should be alright. Keep in mind though, you are a victim not only of the environment, but as years go by, you will also be a victim to the logistics for the seed that you have. How much do you have of things in your locality compared to our different zone, our different map? You could have ended up in a really bad seed map, or you could have ended up in a really good seeded map. So you need to take it low to start with, build one by one, and let people be left alone to gather materials in each their groups. Do not build so much that they constantly interrupt what they are doing. It is not good. And always remember, everything comes after food. Always food first. Even if they complain that they have to sleep in the open, don't worry about it. Get down your farms, secure your farms, keep your food income, and then you can afford to start creating huts, getting materials for huts and stuff like that. Not before. Food first, then huts. Just if you always think of that as a rule of thumb, food first, farm first. Ta-da, leave the rest. Nothing more, nothing less. What are we lacking with these? Oh, we're going out of seeds. Yeah, I think some of them actually rotted away, and the others were actually eaten up. But we will get enough for next season harvest anyway. More migrants? What the heck? Oh gosh, he's bad. So I'm going to put on slower speed so they don't time out. He's clumsy, indecisive, and feeble. Oh, and he doesn't have a lot of skills either. What about her? Meh. Oh, he's good. Damn it. Darn it. He's strong. He's a smasher. And he's smart. Oh, I don't know. Did I take them? He's fairly young. I'll give him a chance. I shouldn't really do that, should I? Oof. But the tribe is so small. I can afford to have one or two that are useless. Not useless, but they're gonna sing a lot. But that's fine. I can just put earplugs on. Oh, this one has been done. Okay, that's fine. So this entire has been done. So a few of those over here, but not as much as I would like to. Well, at least not everything went to waste. I guess there's always a silver lining in everything that's bad or not exceptionally good. Ooh, lovely. How much sticks do I have? Yeah, I think I'm gonna place fencing around here. Ooh, thunder. Need to prepare to cut off a little bit of the farmland. Oh, really? Is it red because he's sitting there? Are you serious? Move! Oh, she's super pregnant. So, I mean, you super pregnant? Is there anything called super pregnant? It's a new word. Super pregnant. Big as a house. Oops, I didn't say that loud. Oh, gosh. I talk like I have no respect. It's gonna come back and bite me in the ass one day. Okay, can I go straight over here? No! What in the actual F? Okay, I'm gonna see if I can sort it in a different way. I'm gonna see if I can be a bit sneaky. I thought for a moment that I couldn't do it because she was in the way. See, this is what I mean with the organic placement. You can't get away with cheating like this. See? Learn something new every day. Now I need to get it over here as well without ruining everything. So let's see if I can make it like that. Okay, let's see. How far can I get here before it goes red? No. Ta-da! Damn, dude! This one... Oh, gosh, did I leave it to them? Oh, you didn't. Oh, no, they have to build it. Oh, that is such a silly thing to do. Really? You know what? I can't be asked clicking on each and every... Can't click on each and every fence. I'm going to do this instead. 5, 4, 3. So you and you and you and you, right? Oh yeah, I can't forget the weird ones. That one, which is this one. Ta-da! There you go. Sorted. Long live laziness. I can't be arsed. Okay. See? We did it. But that means they have to go like all the way around to get it planted. But that's fine. Okay, so now the this one can be opened. And this one, and I'm going to increase my fishermen to 6 for a few sleeps to make sure that we have enough food, because I put everything really, really low to not waste. Let's see if I can get some more people to do fishing, so we also get a little bit more rudimentary skills running around in the tribe. Oh, this one has only got 50 left and then it's done as well. What are we gonna do when all the menhirs are done building? Oh, I still have this one as well, the big one. I've also seen some people who are building these menhirs and the monuments. They wait till they have gathered all the materials they need. So like 10 years of gathering stone will grant you like 10,000 stone, and then they start building. That is also a way of doing it. It is all up to you how you choose to do it. I do it the way I do it because that means that not everyone will always be taken away to work on these. But it doesn't mean that it can't be done responsibly when you have gathered all the materials. You can always create a group and fill it with 2 people that take care of all of these, then you have solved that problem. So there is more than one way to roam, so don't worry about that. Whatever works for you, go rock it. Still shocked it's 20 sticks to do a wattle fence, but it makes sense if you look at them. They are packed with sticks, are they not? They are, aren't they? Makes completely sense. But they are so pretty. Oh, we lost her. Thank you so much for your leadership. Let's see what he has. Yeah, he's not very strong, is he? But it's not the worst in the world. Yeah, the reason, see, look at his feebleness. He's very feeble, so he can empathize with those who are struggling, but he's also quite old, even though he is big. So let's see his charisma. Yeah, it's quite high. But look at his skills. He got 6, and some of them are really strong. He's not the max skill holder for... he's actually max skill holder for both the weaving and for toolsmithing. So I wonder if we're going to lose a smidgen when he falls away, when he dies. I don't think so, because I think with the influx we have, or the amount of crafters we have, which is 4 coming and going, the others should have managed to catch up fairly well. So yeah, I don't think that will be a problem. But of course hunting can't do anything about, and woodworking he's not really doing a lot of that, but he has done a lot of architecture. Okay, so yeah, it's lack of hunting. I don't hunt enough. I knew that would happen. It's not a surprise or a shock at all, because I only hunt for the boars, because they eat the same food that you do, and quite large amounts. But that's fine. That's totally fine. No big deal at all. It will come back when we start hunting again. Maybe when we've been here for 30 years and we need to start hunting, it will come back again. Because it's not like it's completely gone. You can see there's plenty of skills left. You have hunters going in to do their stuff. Look at the fish coming in. I'm gonna up the amount for a little bit while we wait for the cultivated food to come. But this was a good clear out of the larder, ready for summer. Good clear out. No waste, which is exactly the way I want it. I'm going to leave the fishermen a little bit longer, so we have at least a 2-meal surplus before I take it down. So I don't want them to lose any of their meals, because any loss of meals will reduce their fitness, and the more reduction you have, the quicker they will become too weak to work, and it is an evil circle, and we must avoid that circle at all costs. Another thing that when I did the long-term testing with really large tribes on the testing servers, what I noticed was that when you had over 1,500 income of wheat crop per year, it took a really long time, even with 6 threshers, to get them all done before they decayed so much that they, basically were gone. So I think I'm going to suggest that they either increase the amount of threshing you can do per more wheat crops going onto the thresh at the same time, or that the decay rate of the wheat crops is diminished even more, because that was a little bit stressful to do. Unfortunately, also for the thresher, the maintenance material is leather. So if you have, say you have 20 in a population of 500, say we have 10 threshers of each, you will quickly run out of animals. You will quickly have to dismantle the threshers you have in order to get any leather at all for any of the others, because the influx of animals will not be large enough to maintain 20 threshers. So for now, I think it is a good idea to either increase the amount of wheat you can get done in one threshing round, or to absolutely reduce the decay on the wheat crops, and to a certain degree the flax crops as well. They are fairly weak to fairly quickly decaying, at least until trading comes and we can trade for a few leathers here and there and get away with having a gazillion threshers. But I still think it's too much. I still think that there should be a fewer amount of threshers, but you have a larger amount of wheat being processed instead. So that is probably what I'm going to suggest for the devs, or you guys can suggest if you want to as well. All suggestions and ideas and everything is welcome. That actually is working. See, we have a full connection, which is flipping excellent. I didn't think I was going to manage to get away with it, but I did. I'm going to complete it in the front as well, because I initially made space here for a gate, but I don't need it anymore. So let's just close it off if we are allowed to. No, we won't. There you go. Let's go a bit skewered. There you go. It's because it's too close to the service point, which is the entrance. So that's why it's red. You can never build there. Otherwise you're blocking people in or out. Next step is to get a fence here. Should be okay. I don't think I'm going to block these. I might eat up a bit of the field, but that's fine. Looks okay, doesn't it, doing it like that? Looks quite okay. If you guys are experimenting with creating these beautiful cities that I basically never do, for me it's efficiency and practicality all the way, please post screenshots. Just chuck them up on Discord, on the forums. I don't care, as long as I can see your screenshots and see how you are doing things. I would love to see how you guys are doing things. On Discord you can just post it in screenshots. There are always activity in the screenshots. People are posting their progressions, their things that they find is funny. Everything is posted. So come Discord and show me your screenshots. I might steal your ideas. I will credit you though, promise. So yeah, I don't really go for, you know, working to get it as beautiful as possible. I do it for practicality and efficiency. By need. Boring, huh? I'm boring. But I manage very good results. Yeah, I'm still working on the Uffington horse, just saying. Still working on it. I am actually making it in the dev server at the moment. I'm not sure I have enough time to complete it. Devs are too quick for me, too quick with their updates, making changes basically all the time, adding stuff, fixing stuff, adjusting stuff, tweaking stuff. There's always something going on. I wonder when they ever have off. When do they sleep? Seriously, they are working around the flipping clock. So now that they are gone, I'm going to start locking these to make sure we are saving up what we need for next planting season. Yeah, that one is too little to carry fruit yet, but it will soon. I love the colors in this game. Absolutely fantastic colors. The beets are almost done as well. It's a bit backwards, but hey, I had to do what I had to do. See how the fishermen are doing. Okay, so the old dude has probably stopped working. Now he's giving space to the younger ones. Look at her, how much she's learned last month already. It's because she's clever, isn't she? Exactly what she is. She is clever. So she has learned quite a bit already. She has good green. She has green. He has a small green. He probably just started, and she has green. And he has green as well. So yeah, they're going to learn. That is good. But having my my tanning, my hunting and my fishing going a bit low when people are dying that are max skill holders, it will not surprise me. Because I don't hunt enough to keep the tanner constantly going with a lot of different people, and I don't fish enough to constantly have several fishermen rotating in and out of the groups, and I certainly do not hunt enough to have enough of the skills going through the entire tribe. That's just not going to happen, because the only time that my baconeers are actually active are when there's coming a few boars into the territory, into my map, and that's it. But if the hunting goes so low that I might lose it, then I'm going to up it and just take the risk of lowering my prey stock quite significantly, because it's either that or lose hunting altogether, and that's not going to happen. I can't let that happen. If that happens, then it is back to a year ago when you couldn't hunt. You had to only do the stripping of self-dead animals. So yeah, try to keep the skills going. So the people are lining up in queues. See, this is one of the things that happen when you have only a few pieces of food left in a few pits. There are long lines and you're wasting hours of work hours for people to go pick up their stuff. So when it starts to become like this, I take away some of the food types that they tend to stand around and do long hours for, and create several of these, because people can go in per cell and help themselves. So that is something I'm going to do when the tribe is a bit larger. So it's not that I don't want to build pits, but I want to avoid the lack of efficiency of using work hours to the max, because you are losing work hours. Make no mistake, you are losing hours upon hours of the work hours per day if people have to waste their time standing in lines to have their morning meal. You can see here they are standing in line forever to get the last few foods from any storages. So you can see now it is work time, but you can see that they are still standing. Can you see that? This is what we need to avoid in big tribes, because that is going to kill you. So when you have just one type of food left, you see there's not much that people can eat here. They can eat either the raw fish or the flax or the bread. So they will be standing in lines in front of both the bread and the flax, because the rest is not available, because they cannot take from the dryer either, because it has been clamped down upon. So there's a reason why they do this, and it's because we don't want to waste food. So we have very little food in the camp at the moment. But it is enough for everyone to eat. We just waste a little bit of work hours, which is not ideal. Let's get a bit more food in. Getting so many now, we can afford to do this for every now and then put it back again as soon as all the cultivated food is in the tribe. It's already done. See how many are here. Yeah, that's fine. I can open this one with the meat. So now they are dividing themselves on this one as well. Can you see they are quickly going to this one too? Now there are two lines, one for the beets and one for the flax, and also some for the wheat. So then the queues are dispersing much quicker, because they're dividing themselves on several more service points than just one. So that is something you really can't avoid when you have only a few food types at a time in the camp, because there will come a time where only one pit has anything left, because you're basically running out of that food, and then you will have these bottlenecks of people standing in lines. But for the smaller tribes, you can probably get away with it every now and then, but for bigger tribes, not a good idea. So that's why you should place down much more service points, or basically just create storage areas and have food. Because when you are a big tribe and you are stingy on your food and you keep the amounts to a point where there's little decay, they will eat them up even if they are out in the open. You don't need to worry too much about letting them stay for days on end to avoid decay, because when there's little food in the camp, they will eat everything and there will be zero waste. So there is method in the madness, promise. You will not regret it. You can just try yourself when you have 200-300 people. Try to remove your pits and place them down on several storage areas instead. You will see that they are flocking to the storage areas like bees to honey, and then poof, no time is wasted. So I have suggested already to the devs that there should be options with more service points. By service point, I mean that there are more cells that allow people to help themselves from the object rather than only one. For instance, the storehouse has 3 service points, so 3 people can help themselves at once from this storage facility. And I do believe that when we come to the point where we are 300, 500 population due to sedentary lifestyle and agriculture, we should have the option to have a lot more service points in a new type of storage facility. So I have suggested that. We'll just have to wait and see what they are adding as time goes by. Because that is a bottleneck that can be sorted with more service points. Because it's not like it's a bad way for us to play. It's not like we are bad players because this happens. It is because there's only a service point. There's only one service point per pit. So then you have that evil circle. Because if you want to be frugal, you want to make sure that you waste as little as possible, there will come times, depending on the season of course, where some of the food is so low that there are only 1 or 2 pits that has this food. And then if you have several hundred people standing in line, it goes without saying, the entire day is going to go standing in line. So it's not bad play, it just needs to be sorted a little bit stronger than it is at the moment with really big tribes. But this is also why we are testing out new things to do, because we can be sedentary, which also then means that you need to adjust things as we go along. So one step at a time. Yeah. It will be sorted one way or another. I need to close down the wheat, I think. How much do I have? 96. Okay, I'm going to see how much they put in each before they go directly to the mill with them. Because they tend to do that, and put them directly to the mill before they are stored. Yep. I wonder if I should up these sticks a little bit, because it takes so many to do the wattling fence. Wattle. Yeah, I'm going to do it as soon as these are harvested, because I'm probably going to cut off a little bit of the field. Almost there. Okay, that'll do it. So, get a bit of wattling. I think I'm going to leave the opening here. Really weird. Like I couldn't get a clean cut. Okay, let's see. And the gate. How is that going to go for the basket, I wonder? Will it make it inaccessible? It actually might. I think I'm going to have to sneak it up in the back, I think. Yeah, I might have to move the basket. I'll see. I'll see how it works out. Oh, now that one is done as well. When the materials are in the camp, they are so freaking efficient. Look, they're almost done. Seriously. What are you guys eating? Only healthy food. Well then. How many do you have? 20, that's fine. I don't need to cut down anymore. But there's tons of flax now. 17 is a bit too... I think I would rather open this one and lock down the other one. 16 plus 15. I'll keep those locked a bit longer. You're good as well. Oh, how long did you live? Where are you? Oh, there you are. No, you're not. Gosh, very nice. Are you inside here? No. What is it with these mysteriously disappearing corpses? Why can't I see it? Is it right in front of my face? Oh god, are you under the stone? Has there been a natural disaster? Dude. Oh well. Can't believe I can't find her. When I clicked her name, it definitely took me to this area. Maybe it disappeared. Yeah. Oh, okay, so now he's, okay, he has 3 sleeps left, then he's, oh, look at all the skills that is going with him. Oh my goodness, that's a lot of skills lost, oh my word. Why? 7 out of 10, and he has max in a few of them. Ah, caramba. Ay, caramba. God, I don't want to see more lost. Fishing, hunting, tanning, sure. Everything else, no. No. Oh, don't do it. Oh, don't do it. 2 days. Oh, hi. The highest ones is stoneworking, of course, because there's constantly stoneworking going on. Food processing, of course, with all the threshing and all the foods and the fish and stuff. And of course toolsmithing. Also weaving with the baskets now, and also of course the wattling, which is giving weaving skills. See? Both woodworks and weaving. So there's a reason it's very costly, because you need skills to do it. Several types actually. Oh, he has 1 day left, and then we're going to lose him. So, oh, what is it with all these migrants? Oh, it's 3 women. 28. She has good hunting. She will keep up the skills. But they all have shit grades. Why? Why couldn't I just get someone who had good grades or none at all? Why not give me a neutral? There's always something wrong, isn't there? You have the odd one who's fantastic, and then the rest is just meh. Dumb. Unfriendly. Weak. Weak is the lowest negative grade of the fitness reduction ones. So that's not the worst at all. This is the worst one. She is the absolute worst with regards to will. Minus 72. She's gonna sing from day one. I guarantee it. Let's have a look. Let's just get more babies. More babies. 30 females. There are or some of those in the numbers. Also those who are not old enough to have children yet, but they're still counted. But the babies are not. Okay, so they're not same size, but it doesn't matter. It's all good. And this one will not get any because it's too close to the monuments. Okay, so all the crops, all the yields are done and in. 48. So now that we're feeding almost 60, we already know that the crops are going really low at the end of spring. So we could probably get away with... Oh, he's gone. Thank you for your service. Let me have a look at you. Please be good. Please be good. Oh, I think she's good. Yes, Bubbles. Yes. Look at that. Now I poof. Have a lot more people working again. Okay, let's... I think I'm gonna leave these to their own devices and actually create a new farming group. And I'm gonna let them have an entire field to themselves. But I'm only going to add this one, and I'm going to add them as... what's that? What's that? Oh yeah, I was going to test to see. I forgot about this one. Did you guys remember it? Forgot about it. I was going to test to see if they would chop away the small stone, which of course they did not. But we already knew that, didn't we? Oh, where's my group gone? You guys are going to make a new maxed out field. Oops, field. Here. There. With wheat. Okay, I've blocked them off. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make sure that we have a connection from one fence to the next. So we have a continuance of fencing. But of course with people being able to go through. So there should have been one more. Oh gosh, am I going to build into the clay now? I don't want to do that. Let's remove that one. Go a bit further down. We can get away with that. We have connection, and ta-da. And when this is done building, then I'm going to tear down this section here. And so on and so forth as we build. We're also going to build that way, outwards as well. So, you guys are wheat only, but you're not the first. So you will be wheat too. You could probably take over some of the chores on this here. You can probably take over one of them at least. There you go. As long as it is, you know, plenty time between when they each need to be done, you can easily put the same group to do both the peas and the wheat. You can get away with it without taxing your workforce. What do we have? 57 and 2 incoming. That's think we need to build more, but I'm not going to build another roundhouse. I'm going to build another big straw hut. So I'm just gonna start placing it a little bit differently. I'm not going to build all of these. I'm just going to make a little bit more different, not always the same thing. If I do you first, the rest can go on pause. And you are of course going to get a small fireplace when the time is right, which is not now. So there you go. A bit of planning, a smidgen. This looks messy, so I'm going to tidy that away later and make it more beautiful, if I can be arsed. I might not though. You guys make it beautiful and show me your screenshot. Inspire me. Take me away from being too efficient and too practical to just sometimes be beauty only. I don't think I can do that. It's not gonna happen. Oh. Well, you never know. Never say never. And poof, 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 all the walls are up, all the fencing. So I'm going to take down these. It's a waste of sticks. Never thought I was going to say I'm going to wasting sticks, but there's no need to have those up. I'm not going to remove the last ones because sometimes there is left a small gap. We're losing the connection, and poof, I have lots of wild animals coming in. So I'm just going to leave those last two on each side. Oh yeah, this one is ready to rumble. It might actually be a little bit much, but that means we can make more bread, which then in turn means that people would eat less of the wild foods. I'm going to take down my fishermen now to 2. I might even take them further as well. You guys are going down as well, because I don't want you to exaggerate on any of these wild foods. There you go. That's not what the one I wanted. There's not much of the other non-staple foods like honey and mushrooms and berries in this place. I did expect it to be more honey because it should be fairly warm here, but nope, no such luck. We have 67, that means we can get away with... No, I'm gonna wait, just in case. We have 200 of those, that means we can open up, or they are already open, never mind. You have none, and you have all of them. I'll have to close you down then, don't I? Well, that means 4 more people will be held for months while there's tilling and planting going on. Tilling and planting, because that will take all 4 away. These are mixed. Oh, we're getting less and less of the Mesolithic influence. She's already quite old, but look at her, she has a good fitness. She's very robust. Let's see if I could see who had the max overall architecture skill. Who is the max skill holder? Let's see. For architecture. So she just started, so she just got the rudimentary architecture. Oh, she's almost there. Is she the, no, yes. I think she might be just about the knowledge holder for both architecture and for food processing. I'm going to see if there are others. She as well, she's 64. Yeah, she as well is a max holder. She's also for stoneworking and roughly toolsmithing as well. How much? Oh, she has a weak fitness. She's feeble, but it's negated by that she's very big, remember? So she's -5, which is totally acceptable. Let's see. Oh wow, but he's small. He's small, but this negates it because it's +23, so it's +21 fitness. Combination. You also have good architecture. But I think oh, wait a minute, they have learned a lot of skills. Look how green they are. Oh, it's fairly young, so they probably just started these new groups, yeah. Okay, he's quite high on architecture as well. And he's going strong. Look at him. First he has the strong is +22, and then he has very big, which is plus another 14. So this guy is going to live till like 75, 76 perhaps. She's not far off, but she's not a max holder of anything. This one is fairly close. He's got quite a few life left in him. So as long as there's things to do that will keep the skills alive, you shouldn't worry. But like I said, when you are a very small tribe and you don't have a lot of things that you need to build and repair, make something that you need to build and repair to make sure that people get the skills. Because there's nothing more annoying than not knowing this. I mean, you are starting Mesolithic and suddenly after 5 years your max skill holder dies and the entire knowledge goes with him. What? Yeah, so just make your own playstyle, make it happen, make it work. Looks like there's boars invading or animals dying from old age. They are quite efficient. I do like the efficiency of the tribe members. If you put the groups right and do the sorting right, you have a very efficient tribe. I really enjoy that. And they're doing it with all these weird personality traits, like these odd combinations that is either making things 10 times worse, or sometimes it helps out on other traits. So I think it's quite remarkable how they make that happen via randomness. They are basically mimicking people via randomness, which is exactly what it is, isn't it? Of course they lack experience, but that is shown elsewhere. It's shown in grades of traits. It is shown in reactions, shown in happiness, unrest, shown in fertility, longevity. This is quite an intelligent game. If you haven't thought about it before, this is a lot of intellect in one place. Should I make another one? No, I don't have enough. Destroy it. I'll wait. How far are you off needing repair? You've just been repaired. So they're fairly close to each other, which means that they might, that one and that one will be needing repairs fairly equally. This one, okay, you will need repairs now. And then this one will need it. No, yes, this one. No, this one. No, this one. We will find out. What the heck, Lily? Arguing with yourself. Have you heard of Jeff Dunham? He was arguing with himself, with Peanut and Ahmed, the dead terrorist, and Walter, the old grumpy dude. Gosh, he was funny. Dude, that was a funny dude. I don't really watch him anymore, but when he started his ventriloquist adventures, he was flipping hilarious. I laughed till I had a cramp in my neck. I kid you not. To see him with Ahmed, the dead terrorist, or with Peanut, it is so funny. Oh gosh. Are you guys dancing? I wish they would add more dancing options. I know it's a lot of work to program these things, but they are so entertaining, I think. I really like watching them dance. For anyone who doesn't know, dancing is what your tribe members will do when they are content with life in tribe. If they are not happy, they will not dance. For now, you know. The sun was very yellow today, wasn't it? Looks very yellow. Maybe it's my eyes going. Who knows? Be my eyes going. I can't even see the sun. Okay, so this one is full. That means that several people are not doing anything in the tribe. So that means that I can make another garden group. Let's see how many fills it. You can see the numbers are fluctuating here now because they are kind of sharing the tasks, so they are going into each other's groups. But you could see there's quite a few free people, but of course they will be taken as soon as the farmers are going to do their chores. So the priority is really important. You can do a lot of effectiveness for your tribe if you are using your priorities correctly. Or to fit your tribe, basically. Correct for your tribe. Doesn't mean that every tribe is having the same workout or that the workouts for the same for all tribes. This is something you as a player need to gauge as you play along. Hey, time to plant the wheat. That means time to plant these as well. We have 73 grains of wheat, so that shouldn't be a problem at all to cover everything. What are you complaining about? Oh yeah, you're indecisive. So you will complain. Yeah, it's okay. Feel free to complain. Get it out. What doesn't pay the rent has to leave. It is what it is. If it looks like they're not going to manage to do the farms in time, I am going to play around with the policies. I'm going to up the work hours for a short amount of time. See if they can get in the extra few lines before it goes over to spring and you can no longer plant wheat. I do believe they have what they need to make it happen though. Oh gosh, look at her as well. 8. And she's neutral. Dude. None of them are max skill holder though, so when she, oh actually, tell a lie, maybe this one is woodworks. Very close on the toolsmithing, but she's a clever lady. Let's see how far they get. No, they should be able to do it in time. You can just calculate per sleep. Roughly they do 3 lines per day. And you have roughly 8 sleeps from planting starts until it finishes. So yeah, they're good. To 50 is what this one needs to be repaired. Oh, this is almost done as well. You see there are more of the menhirs that are being worked on more actively now, because now 2 are done, so now 2 will take over it seems. Yep. Yeah, they have plenty of time. Tomorrow they will finish this. Ooh, there's one left. Can someone please come do it? My OCD is going haywire here. Someone please come do it! No, it's too late now. Communal hours now. That one's going to do bad, did. No! Yeah, yes! Thank you! That was so funny. I can't believe they did it just before sleep time set in. Rest time. It's weird leaving a plot, you know. If it was one line, sure, but one small plot. Okay, that means that you guys are done as well, so I can open up the wheat so they can make bread or whatever is left. Ta-da! You have only one. That's weird. They normally divide the income or the resource evenly on the facilities you do have. That's a bit odd. Or maybe I have that one open too long. That probably was it, wasn't it? And now the peas are going, and almost done with the beets. Only 1 or 2 lines left, and then they're done. So this is going to be a lot of bread, which means there's going to be I really should add another basket, because there is one thing that we don't need to worry too much about anymore, and that is the plant fiber, because we're getting so much from the flax threshing that we don't have to worry too much about it. Doesn't mean we should just thresh and have lots of flax and just waste it as such. Whatever is decaying away is decaying away. You can see we already have too much. I guess I could basically lower it even more, because it is on 20, so I'll just put it on 10. There's just no need for more, is there? But as soon as you have a lot more people, a lot bigger tribe, you will of course be needing more for your baskets and ropes and everything that uses plant fiber. So now we have 3 baskets with that can contain bread, so they will divide the bread evenly on those if there's lots of bread coming out in one go. And I think I'm going to make another oven, so I'm going to add 250, which is what you need for the oven. Then I'm going to wait till the materials are in camp, and then I'm just basically going to build it. I'm not going to build another mill at the moment, because they have a very precarious maintenance material, which is fine raw stone, and fine raw stone is the rarest, the most scarce material you have in the game at the moment. So I'm being really stingy on that. I have no more than 1 in camp at any time, and I don't build more than max 2 axes, no matter how big the tribe is. Max 2 axes. But we don't want to stay 10 years, we don't want to stay 20 years, we want to stay 30 plus. We want to stay as long as we're allowed, and our allowance will only work until the next patch is released into the public server. If I can do this and survive for decades, you guys can too. There is no big secret. You don't need to be Einstein to do this. You just need to be extremely careful with your balance and not overdoing things. A lot of people want to build absolutely everything in one go. This is not Sims. You can't pause the game and build an entire house in one go. You have to do it bit by bit. Oh, I have done a lot of building everything in one go in Sims. I have played Sims since it came out, oh, that's many years ago. It was out there, was in 1999? Oh my goodness, we got more migrants? I'm not sure I want more migrants. Okay, is that a female or that's a girl? Bad traits. Slow. Oh, he's just a man. He's just a man. Okay then. What about you? Well, look, he doesn't have anything either, but that's fine. I'm much more worried about if I should actually accept these or not. Okay, I'll take you guys. It's too tempting, isn't it? It's so tempting. It's difficult to deny. If we have the food for it and the balance allows it, then we can get away with a few, but I think the balance would only last for so long, and then you suddenly need to redo the groups, redo and readjust and tweak the groups and all the things you are doing to adjust for the newcomers. Also for new players, the migrants that are coming to you, their numbers are based on the size of your tribe. So if you are in the Mesolithic and you have migrants coming to you, they will rarely be more than 1 or maybe 2. If you have a tribe of 400, they could be 20 plus coming to want to join your tribe. And the migrants are all random in age, they are random in gender, and they are random in the trait grades, and they are random in skills and the skill levels. You will not find children alone anymore in any of the migrant groups. Teenager from 13 are not considered a child, is considered a teenager and only a few years away from being able to carry children if you're female. So teenagers are not counted as children, so they can come alone. And you also will find that pregnant women can also appear in the migrant groups. I guess it's depending how far they have migrated. I think the further away they have migrated, the less likely it is that anyone is pregnant in your group. The migrant group coming to want to join your tribe. So just keep in mind, if your tribe is small, you will have small groups. If your tribe is large, you will have large groups of migrants. Good to know. It is not always a good idea to accept all migrants. Depending on the agenda or the want you have for your current game, what are you wanting to do? You need to also adjust taking migrants, what kind of migrants you want to take, and stuff like that. This is something you as a player need to decide while you're playing. You're of course allowed to change your mind. I'm not saying you have to stick to what you decided 10 years ago. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is don't overdo things. This goes for absolutely everything in the game. Don't overdo anything. How many? 60. 56 plus 6. 62. Okay, so we can 2 more before I need to build more huts. If my maths is wrong, I'm sure one of you will be so kind to tell me in the commentary field, the comment section. Say, Lily, your math sucks. You actually need to build hut now. Because people are sleeping in the open. No, they're not. I do keep an eye on that. Oh, well, a small eye. Half my eye. Imagine, you know, sometimes having also a small tribe can be a little bit perplexing with regards to the amount of work you have to do. Imagine when you have a tribe of 500 population. Yep, welcome to the madhouse. It is so fun. It is so fun and so extraordinarily challenging. I mean, seriously challenging. If you cock up even one of your crops one year, there is no way you're going to get away with it. No way, because it's thousands of yield that you have just lost. So people are going to go hungry. That's when you need to do some emergency things. You have to put up the rationing, increase the work hours, take away all limits on wild foods, and just do all the emergency things. As soon as things are under control, then you need to put away all the emergency things and go back to normal if you can. You might have lost a few on the way as well, but you'll soon find out. As soon as you have 400 plus, it is the worst challenge ever. It's like insane. And the optimization is also being worked on. So we have we have less lag, we have less stuttering, because you need to have a game that is optimized for the intention. The intention is sedentary. The intention is larger villages, more people. So they've been working on that, which is excellent. I can notice it already when I have high population in the testing server, that things are very fluid, very, very, very nice flow in the game. Okay, so I think we did right in adding another farm, because you can see every end spring you have people gathering up in front of the pits that have any food in them that is not locked down. So having extra food for this month coming up next year will be a great help. How old is she? Okay, her charisma is not high enough to have the labor age higher up. Fine, we'll work with what we have. That one is almost done as well. Excellent. So they're done with these two, aren't they? Yep. So that kind of means we can open up you like that. Yeah. Oh, this one was empty, right? No, it had 3 in it. Just as well. Open that up to be eaten as well. You. No, all done. All good and dandy. So how much do I have of clay? I have 253. That means I can chuck down another oven, which I will do. This rain though. Oh. Oh, don't mind the thunder. I could do without the rain. I'm going to make a small storage area so they can put some sticks for the fire. Ta-da! Okay. They're all done, right? Yeah, all done. And this is done. And these are done. Yeah, yeah. Okay, so now we just need to see how much are we getting for our population, and if it is not enough, then we should create another one and rely on wild food while we wait for the produce of the new creation. Okay, I have 2. Let me see, how many of these do I have? I can put it up to make sure that they come into the house quickly, or to the camp. And then take it down again as soon as we have everything in camp. You can see that the food is not wasted, is going really nicely. But as you can see, people are standing in long lines because there's only a few pits left. So it's getting close to a time where I would like to put down storage areas for the food, apart from the crops, obviously. So, yep. There are more ways to roam than one. Okay. There's also another change. I'm not sure how many of you have actually noticed, but before the patch we're playing now, the HotFix, the amount that people had in their inventory was still showing in the resource window. But now when people are going out to gather stuff and they have stuff in inventory, it will not show until they have stored it in camp. So keep that in mind. A little good to know thing. And also when people are eating, the amount they have taken out from a pit or wherever will still show in the resource panel until they are actually eaten up from their inventory. So what you see when the numbers are going down in a pit is not people taking out, It is when people has finished eating it up. So there you can do some calculations yourself as well. Look at them standing for the few things that is available. So what we can do to help out a bit, I'm gonna assign these until I have more food, so that people can help themselves and not feel hunger. So I'm gonna wait till more food is in the camp before I put on the assignment again for the produce they are going to work on. I don't mind balancing the tribe like this. The problem that I sometimes get is if the income is not as expected. So this is something I get fooled by if I don't quite have managed to calculate the seed of the locality. But you only do this mistake once, and then you learn from it, and then you will have all the other years more correctly balanced. But this is for me to calculate how much farms do I actually need. Because the better farm cultivation, the better farm yield we have, the less I need to use of any of the wild produce. So I'm going to leave that as it is for now. And we will soon have a little bit of beets. I think I'm going to add a new beet farm next season as well, because they are the first to come in season. They are the first to be harvested, meaning they can stave off, and we don't have to rely so much on the wild produce. We should rely mostly all the year with cultivated produce, but it takes up a little bit of work to get to the balance where you have it right, because you tend to either have a little bit too little or quite a bit too much. So trying to find a balance, but always remember to try to have a lot more cultivated food going than any of the wild food. Wild food is just a short-term solving of an issue that you don't really want to have getting worse. I can take down the amount to that one, just in case they don't repair this in time, because they are rather busy now, aren't they? Wasting time standing in lines. So this is not the way I wanted it. Well, you need to calculate based on your situation and then take it from there. As long as people don't starve to death or leave you, you're good. Pause the choppers. I just realized we have a million logs. We don't need a million logs. I just wanted a few because we got the big fireplace. Oh, a few turned into 84. Okay. How are we doing with the food? Yeah. Five is an odd number. I need 6 or 4. So 6 it is. We see they're not wasting anything, are they? They are eating up every little piece. Let's get the fishermen up as well. There you go. I'll make another straw hut soon. Open up for another one here, because we already placed down the blueprints, didn't we? A little bit of planning. This one is almost done as well. Hey, what are you doing here? One has come into camp. A big female. She has no babies though. But she has a flock. Small flock. Look at them, they're really hungry. Yeah, food is coming home. How old did you get though? 72. And she has a hungry son. So they're gonna have a very thin breakfast. And then I need to exaggerate a little bit to make sure that they get a full meal for the evening. I don't need 21, I can do with 10. Just hurry up and get the food. Beets are being harvested now, that's good. This is one of the things, because I had so many migrants, so I suddenly have 20 plus more people, and I was too slow adding a new farm to keep up. So this is how we have to pay for it. We have to mass harvest a little bit of the wild produce for a few days until we are having it fully under control again. So there. But they are getting full meals anyway, so that's good. Oh, it's a bit early. That one can stay locked. Time to lock these. I'm gonna wait till I have all the straw in camp. Honey's gonna go fast, that's for sure. Hope the kids get to it first, so they can have a little bit of sweet things. Yeah, and it's gone. I didn't knew that would happen. Always the first thing to go. Almost done with the beads. So I'm closing down to make sure I have enough for next season. That one has 18, that should be enough. But I want to add another farm for beets for next planting season. So I'm closing it down early. Oh, babies. Now we have more females than we have males. We kind of had that for a long time, haven't we? But we've had really a lot of the elder being females and quite a few young ones being females. I think we had, was it 9 females in childbearing age we had when we had 40 population? Which is not much at all, is it? Not much at all. Which is probably why we had such a dry few years with no babies really being born except the odd one. And then suddenly we got like, was it 4 migrants within a year? 4 groups of migrants within a year. And poof, we're up in 63. Let's see. Oh, 1 more and then she is maxed. Yeah. She's almost 70 years old. She is going strong. She's doing really well. Because now we have 200 straw. Let's just make sure that all of these won't be needing immediate repairs. That one looks a bit bob. Might have to argue with this, who's going to have the straw. Okay, the last ones are getting ready to be harvested as well now. Yeah, you are quite old. You have 5 sleeps left, 5 weeks left. Then she is passing. I also think I need to, for this harvest, I probably need to add another thresher. We shall see. Not difficult to build, they're quick and easy to build. And I have plenty leather, so that will not be a problem either. And certainly have enough logs, that's for sure. All 80 plus. So, yeah, that's nice. There's going to be a lot of wheat. I think I should be a little bit smart and just add more storage areas for wheat. Just to make sure they don't leave them everywhere, because we want them right here. And I'm going to add more treasures. Let me see. Do 2, can't we? When they do the wheat, we also get straw. So we are suddenly going to have enough straw. Plus plus. Oh, they just repaired. Which one? One of these. Oh, was it that one? Yeah, that one. They just repaired that one. And now this one is going to need repairs. Very shortly. I can take down these again. I'm gonna leave the numbers fairly low. I might regret this, but yeah, that one needs repair now. This one can hold, and this one can hold. Look, we have bone harpoons back, like I thought we would. Then we're taking those, and we are going to stop making the other ones. There you go. Ooh, migrants. Do we want more migrants though? Now that's the big question. Wow. I don't know. Do we want these? Yeah. The young girl was so good. Okay, it's time to start upping up our groups. Okay, I think these are okay for now with the amount of the limit we've put them on. And we should be smart and create one more farm for beets so we can get more in the early summer. There you go. I'm going to make sure they don't chop that tree though. Oh. Nice. There you go. It's a while till planting now, so I can afford to build the farm first, and then we do the, oops, I think I need to go there, and then we do the gates. Ta-da. And then we're going to remove the middle section here when these are secure. That'll do it. Oh, there's another little one coming up there. Look, another little one. Plenty food. I'm going to do this for now. We'll take it down later, or just leave it, because we are, after all, 65 people, so it's not like it's not gonna go. Let me see. Okay, so I'm gonna lock that one, and I'm going to put this one on something else, so that the beets that are there will go over here and actually last over winter. So better safe than sorry. And then I'm going to open up like this. How long did you live though? Oh, where are you? Oh, there you are. 72. Oh, and your child was pregnant. That is a little bit tragic. Bit of a tragic family history, isn't it? She lost her mom while she was pregnant with her first child. That is just wrong. Seriously. But it happens in real life as well. It is what it is. Oh, look at those. Oh gosh, they ran off like vroom. Okay, it's time to harvest the peas. Oh, and we have bread. Look, we have 300 of the straw, so it's time to build another big straw hut. You guys are doing the beets. So there. Roll the wheat. It's good. Okay, is this one secure? Then we're going to take down these. So how are you guys doing? How far have you gone? You probably have a lot more people than me. Even though I cheesed architecture, I was slow getting it up. But at least we do have the roundhouses now. All good things come to they who can wait. Or something something. Okay, that's fine. You're good. How much does this one have? This one is so much lower than this one. You're gonna have to do like I did earlier. Open up the one that was intended to be locked and then lock the one who was intended to be open. Right. That's those done. And now we also have more beets and we have more wheat. So this is great. You see the flax is also, the flax crops are also decaying quite fast. They do not like being out in the open, but we have no option to store them any better than what we have now. So we need to get them threshed as quickly as possible and then put into pits or storehouses, because that's where they will last, you know, not out in the open. So it makes sense that they decay a lot faster out in the open. Right. Oh, this one is almost done now. Look at that. 9:26. Oh, we have lots of bread. And we have quite a bit of wild produce coming in, so I can go down a little bit on the amount of people. So I'm going to put it down to 4. Why are you 5? Should be full. There you go. Yeah, those are 3 people now. Don't need you. I think I'm going to let these do us some support jobs. Smaller amount of these, I think. Sometimes it is actually smart to divide more of the same resource on various groups, because sometimes you can be a little bit unlucky about where your group is going to harvest, and although the system always picks the closest, you sometimes have the entire group going for only a few bushes, and then some of them have to turn back home empty-handed. So it's not a bad idea to not use 20 harvesters for one type of produce. It's a good idea to sometimes divide it on several groups so they go in different directions. But you need to see how your tribe is behaving with how you normally like to have your group set up, and they just change as you see whatever is more efficient, whatever brings home more in the shortest amount of time with the smallest amount of workforce. I know it can be quite finicky when I say it like that, but once you get a feel for it, it will be easy. It will be easy once you get it, when you find the feel for the game. If you claim that you can never find the feel, then I just say you need to play more. Experiment, experiment, experiment. Fail a lot. But learn from it. Learn from your failure. How many does this one have? 16. 38. Look at the amount of grain we're getting now. That's good. We still have quite a bit of wheat to thresh, but we also have fairly low on the flax, but the flax only has 1 thresher though, while the wheat has 3, so that makes sense. Definitely. When the tribe is much larger, I normally take away the absolute useless staples which come in so few units. There's no point using a gatherer group for them because it's a waste of workforce. Depending on where you are, you can basically have 4 units of berries coming in and 2 units of mushrooms, and there's absolutely no point. And I just cross them out and let them reseed for a few years, and then I harvest them, and then they come home with decent amounts. But I feel they reseed very slowly, they regrow very slowly. So if you've harvested everything for a full year, if you then try to harvest again next year, it's like they haven't managed to reseed, so you get a much smaller amount. But also depending on the seed, you could start really with a bang, have a lot of materials and lots of food, and then the year after just... Or you can start with a really poor seed, and the seed dissemination is completely a fact with everything, and it's in the ground, not big enough to yield any harvest, etc., etc. Then you wait a year, and then poof, you're drowning in food. So it's very, very random depending on the seed. I remember we used to have these before they changed, so that the temperature had so much to say. We used to have this year zero feasting that I called it. It is that when you come, you have so much food in your locality because it's untouched, it's never been harvested. So when you come there, you are stumbling in food, and you get several hundreds just by using normal groups without, you know, you have 2 harvesters going for 4 different types, and they come home in the hundreds because there's so much right at your doorstep. So that's what I call the year zero harvesting, the year zero feasting. But that only comes for year 0. Year 1, then it's back to normal yield. So yeah, but we don't have that anymore after temperatures changed so much. It's sad really, because I really enjoyed it and gave us a really good head start, didn't it? So we could focus on only using a few people to gather a food, while the absolute rest was doing a lot of building and gathering materials to build huts and stuff. So I missed that, I have to say. Maybe if we're lucky it will come back. If I complain loud enough, if everyone complains loudly enough, they might give in and give us year zero feasting again. I wouldn't mind that in the slightest. I quite enjoy it. Sometimes I go with a new tribe and I put everyone to do the staple that is in season when we land, and they come home with thousands. It used to be really, really rich. But now it's just meh, meh. Not always though. It happens every now and then that we do get. Wait a minute, what's that? Oh. Oh. Maybe I should not have limits on all of these, because those are on the ground. That's not good. Those who are to be closed to be saved should have a limit, while those who are not going to be closed and saved should not have a limit. Well, I kind of switch it a little bit back and forth depending on how well they divide the resources on the various storage facilities. If they are a little bit clumsy and favorizes one above the others, then I can swap it around. Yeah. 35. Bake, bake, bake. We should probably get up and running the last hut as well, I think. So that's done at least. Oh, here's the last Mesolithic migrant we had. He is old. Look how old he is. He's 75. He's dying now. At least he has a child. A young child. Doesn't really have too much of skills. He seemed to have been doing quite a bit of mundane chores and the repairing. Perhaps a few rounds in the crafters group. Also making fences and ropes, it seems. So he will pass today. He lived a good while, didn't he? 75 years old. Oh, there he goes. He died with his family around him. Yeah. Such is life. I'm gonna get this one going as well. And this fireplace. They're not going to get a big one. They can deal with a little one. Taking down those. Look how much mushrooms this year had. 17. They're finally reseeding. Good. Maybe it just took quite a few years for them to grow. Normally they don't, though. They kind of come up every year, new ones as well. It's a good thing I placed limits. Big hut, easy to build. Sure. The fence gates take fine sticks to be repaired. I don't particularly love that. Oh, another. Oh my goodness. I'm not sure I have the capacity. And they're 3 females. Oh, and they're looking good. Oh my god. Oh, come on. How is my fishing looking? Okay, I give in. I'll take these. Now we have 70. Now we need to adjust things so we don't get a famine because I barely touched the groups. Let's see how it goes with the added extra beats as well. Yeah, so if you do it the way I do, then you have roughly 2 groups going in one go. If you're struggling a little bit with manpower, that is. Yeah. I can probably put these back to dry the produce. Because hungry people are not so hungry anymore. We'll have to see how long they last. There's plenty grain for wheats and plenty also for the peas. Now that's the last of all the raw crops done. So don't need to worry about those anymore. I need to turn down the didn't I turn down the I did. It's just they take a long time to decay. Well, that's a support group. Yeah, looks alright. Looking good. Okay, so we are now year 10. It takes a while, even though you're mostly playing on high speed, it certainly does take a while to get to the point where you reach 10 years. Also, soon I'm going to create these 2 into one, and of course these 2 into one. So this is going to be beet, of course, this is wheat, and this is going to be peas, and this is going to be flax. And then I'm gonna give them names. This is actually not beets, it's beets too. There you go, that's the one. But when I do this, then I will change it to beets, and just the wheat, take it away that. Because then this one here is going to be flax, and this one here is going to be peas. Whatever is added after these four will have wheat 2 and beets 2, etc, etc. All the gatherers going for stones, and still there's constant lack. There's constant lacking stones. You see, look at all those, all these gatherers, over 20 people are going for stones only. They are building though, so they are gathering, say, 4 or 5 stones, then they come home and then they build immediately, so you will have this yo-yo effect of the report showing that there's not enough stones. Oh, that's how it works. The way I'm doing it now. Sometimes I pause everything except one and let them finish one at a time. Whatever works. She has 25 left. She's still going strong. She still hasn't put it down to the max limit. I'm quite happy about that, because that means that I will still have a decent amount of people working. But I have quite a few elder. I have 15 elder, so a few of those will not be able to work, and probably quite a bit of the children as well. As you can see, there are 15 children. So, yep. Let's have a look and see. What do you need for that one? Oh, well above architecture and stoneworking. Yep. I see a lot of players place down tons and tons and tons of baskets, but I don't know why. You can only have animal products and animal produce in them. You can't use it for anything else, because it's so much worse decay reduction. Decay reduction is much better on these, much better, and they're cheaper to build. But you don't really have to worry about it anymore, do you? Because the flax, when it's being threshed, it will make sure that you get plenty plant fiber, so it's not really a crisis anymore, is it? I just need to see how this one is growing. That's a baby coming up. Oh, and one of my... No, they're all dying now, aren't they? Because they're old. Well, they are like 10 years old, so I guess that's their life cycle. New ones will be coming up further away. I'm sure there's one baby coming up. But the hazel trees take a lot of time to grow up, and this one has just died as well. A lot longer than anything else you have. So be aware that you can go for almost a decade without getting new hazelnut trees. But of course there's further hazelnuts further away. It's just I just keep a close eye on those who are in the vicinity of the camp. We're getting there, aren't we? Getting a little bit of a nice little village. So if you just remember to always take care of the food first, everything else is secondary, and play along with the groups till you find a balance that you feel comfortable keeping and that you can see is working for your tribe. Then you can stay for decades in the same area. Just don't overdo anything. That's all I can say. don't exaggerate everything that you see. You don't need 5 million houses and storehouses, and you don't need fences absolutely everywhere. You don't need to overdo the baskets. You don't need to overdo the huts. Just play by need and be stingy. That's my best advice. And don't be afraid to fail. You can always start all over or reload a previous save and then do things differently. See how that works out for your tribe. So there's nothing lost. Except time, which you're already spending here anyway. So there. Hey, time for seeding. Yeah. So this is where I'm going to leave my tribe. I'm going to let them keep working. And then next session, part 5, we're going to see how much beet we're getting that season. We still haven't encountered any really bad years yet for yield, but I'm pretty sure it will come, because we've had minus degrees, because we've had snow, we had thunderstorms and thunder snow, which is where it snows as it's thundering. So yeah, we all go through some bad years every now and then, and that's when we really need to rely on the wild food to subsidize whatever we're lacking from the failed yield. So it's quite a gamble. It's a risk you're taking every time, isn't it? Because you don't know how much nature is actually going to give you. You can calculate a little bit by looking at the temperature, if you know roughly the thriving temperature best for wheat and whatnot. They don't like it too hot either, but it takes a lot of heat before wheat is unhappy. I'll just tell you that for sure. If you go to southern Spain, you will drown in wheat. It's insane yield of wheat in Spain. But it's also very dry, so not everything is going to thrive there. So it's not only plus minus and good. There is some bad as well. But all places are more or less different, and the temperatures vary from north to south, obviously, causing you to have less good yields the further north you are. But some of the produce will like the cold better. For instance, the hazelnuts are very happy with a little bit of cold climate. They don't mind a bit of cold at all. Right, so this is part 4 stopping. I don't know how long it is. It's like 4 hours or something. It feels shorter though, because when you're having fun, time do fly. Really does. So part 5 will be in a few days, and then we're going to play to roughly year 15 and tackle all the issues that are coming then. I might do something that I don't really recommend for everyone to do. I might do a controlled famine to show people how you can slim down your tribe, but making sure that you don't lose your best people, making sure that you lose those that already are weak. There are a few tricks and ways to do things, but it's not something I recommend to anyone. I do it very often when I'm testing stuff, because I need to stay within certain parameters to do some testing, and then I need to override what the game is actually giving me of pregnancies and migrants and everything. So it needs to be a little bit controlled. So yeah, it has been a good session. We come to the first decade in same place. We haven't lost anyone to famine. We haven't had any leavers, and people are mostly okay. They are lacking a few sleep spots now, but we'll sort that next time. And yeah, I hope to see you again next time. And in the meantime, have fun and take care.